secret daughter, it's Molly Walsh. And their team captain, John Locke. And facing them tonight, standing out from the crowd, it's Richard Ioati. Golly Josh, it's Josh Whitcomb. And their team captain, John Richardson. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy
Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, a half-hour session of lovemaking burns between 150 and 250 calories, which means every time I make love, I burn 3 calories. Oceanographers say killer whales are actually dolphins. Dolphins are actually gay sharks. And sharks are just bears that have been shaved and pushed into the sea. 40% of blokes have named their car. I call mine Jimmy. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panelist's job to guess the British public's top 3 most popular talking points. John's team, what do you think people have been talking about this week?
Mike Tindall, naughty old Mike Tindall, has been filmed online in a club cavorting with a lady, and he said, no, it's all right, we were friends from uni, and then someone remembered that he didn't go to uni. And then he said, oh, it's all right, it was a friend from the wedding, which is good, because it means if that's what he's doing to wedding guests, at some point in the next couple of weeks, the Queen is going to get it.
Can we get a picture of him?
He looks like a big toe.
I can absolutely see that. Yes, he does.
The only thing they saw him do was he rubbed his face into her breasts. Went like that. If you're a rugby player, that's basically a scrum.
There was no sound on the video, so this is all... That's in your head, you've seen that.
Well, there's got to be some noise. If you've seen his face and her breasts, there's going to be a noise. You put those two together, it's not going to be... at the very least.
I should make it clear, we don't know exactly what happened with Mike Tindall and this girl.
The main objection I would have had to it was a dwarf throwing event. I mean, surely that's where your moral compass gets a bit screwy. If you're at a dwarf throwing event and there's people chucking dwarves around, I don't know, I wouldn't feel like I really knew what was right or wrong anyway, you know. The dwarves are flying past you, go, I don't know, am I in a real world or not? Is it all right if I rub my face in her breasts? I don't know what's right and what's wrong anymore.
I think the one thing you wouldn't feel is what Tindall felt, which is horny. I think we were watching a dwarf going, bloody hell, I really fancy that woman.
If the cinematic history of New Zealand has taught us anything, it's that nobody tosses a dwarf.
Well, surprisingly, that's not one of the most talked about things, but this is the story that Mike Tindall was spotted on CCTV acting inappropriately with a mystery blonde. Tindall was chatting to the girl at a dwarf-throwing contest. It was entirely innocent. He just wanted her to help him toss off his little fella. Sean's team, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
I think everybody's talking about Dale Farm.
Dale Farm, it sounds lovely. Whereabouts is that?
Sounds like a nice little children's programme, doesn't it?
Today on Dale Farm, someone's throwing bricks at the police.
I don't understand. It's one of those things that draws people sort of step on one side of a line or the other, don't they? Like if you read the Daily Mail, you want the gypsies to go. I don't think there's any Daily Mail reader in the country who thinks, I think they should be able to stay on that land. And the more Guardian reading side would go, well, you know, there's other circumstances here. The point is that they've built on land, not only that they don't have planning permission for, they don't own. So if they are allowed to stay, you know, I should be allowed to go there and build something that I want to build, like a foghorn factory. Something I've always... This is a crazy dream I've always had. They made an episode of Grand Designs about Dale Farm. I remember the strapline of one episode was, winter's drawing in, and they still haven't got planning permission.
Yes, they built loads of houses without planning permission, and then they built a wall to keep the bailiffs from coming in, which they didn't have planning permission for either.
Yeah.
I love that, though. Gypsies versus bailiffs. That's like a Sky TV fight that most people would pay to see. That would be awesome.
And they can fight as well, these travellers. I mean, I fought a few in the day, and they are tough. They love a
So
love
you
a
know
scrap.
that Snatch is a film, not a documentary.
That's the weirdest thing about the whole thing, is those shots of caravans and people have written stuff on them to, you know, sympathy, sort of graffiti on their caravan saying, I'm really ill, please don't chuck me out of my caravan.
Have a look at this. This is my favourite one. Sick person here. That's where the local nonce lives.
Yeah.
I'm guessing, I'm not sure if that's the case.
Well, one of the strangest ones is the girl has had her neck attached to some kind of noose.
Oh,
It
yeah.
says if you open this gate, she will die.
Have a look at this. Have a look. So, danger of death. Behind this gate is a woman attached by her neck. If you attempt to open this gate, you will kill her, so it'll be your fault.
I think that's really ramping up. It's like a new sort of fairground attraction, isn't it? It used to be like just hooking a duck. Open the gate, kill the lady. Maybe I've got the wrong spirit there.
I had a similar incident where I came out of my house and a spider had built a web across my door.
This is not a similar incident. Oh, is that Basildon Council? I have some advice for you. A similar thing.
It's a similar tense. I can't come out because I'll get stuck in the web and die.
How long had you been in your house?
Baffles me that people are always surprised. So there's the gypsy community very angry. But they live in caravans. Like, I'd be a bit testy if I had to listen to my nan having a dump while I was having toast.
They kept saying, oh, it's going to be a war. And then the first quote I read of someone who was going down as reinforcements for a gypsy was 70-year-old Anne Livingston from Norwich. It's hardly Platoon if she turns up.
They're calling it the Battle for Basildon, and apparently the town hasn't seen a crisis like this since they ran out of fake tan.
It is like The Only Way is Essex meets Big Fat Gypsy Wedding. You've even got, like, a guy from Big Brother in them. It's like a reality TV wet dream.
There was a gypsy in Big Brother this year, Kerry Katona. Have a look and see whether Dale Farm is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the saga of the ongoing Dale Farm gypsy evictions. Has it really come to the point where 400 families can't illegally build an entire illegal town on an illegal campsite illegally without Johnny Law getting involved? OK, fingers on buzzers. Two things still to get. Amir, what else have you been talking about?
I read in the news about that 1.5 billion.
This is the trader at UBS.
trader, yeah.
£1.5 billion he lost, and they've discovered it and they arrested him last week.
What I find amazing, though, that they can lose £1.5 billion and nobody notices. But if I go £5 over my overdraft, I get like a 40 quid letter straight away.
If ever there's a work meeting you want filmed, though, it's that one, though, isn't it? Of him going, Jim, can I have a word? What is it, a new deal? I've lost 10 billion. You've what? I've only lost 1.5. So, I imagine you're actually relieved now.
He was arrested at, was it 3:30 a.m.
Yeah.
at the bank's offices. They arrested him. I just got this idea. He was there with the officers trying to shred himself. He was just going...
It's pretty bad. Richard, any thoughts on road traders?
I'm trying not to get involved. I'm just here for the companionship and, you know, to meet people and, frankly, just to be out. I should have more opinions on this rogue trading story. I haven't. I just don't think perhaps this is the forum to solve it. And as such, I just think we should move on to less fiscally difficult matters.
Let's have a look and see whether the road trader is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, a rogue UBS trader has been charged after losing £1.5 billion. The only way this guy could be in more trouble is if he'd looted the money from JD Sports. OK, fingers on buzzers. One more thing to get. What else has the nation been talking about this week?
Is it the Ken Loach retrospective at the BFI?
Well, I believe they have a new print of Kes that is pretty special.
Yeah. Do yourself a favour, get down.
OK, fingers on buzzers. Not you, Richard.
I just, you know, it's become needlessly combative, Jimmy. As I've said, I'm just here for the day out. I've had a lovely time. And let's move on and do some bloody great quizzing.
Surely everyone's talking about the Liberal Democrat conference.
Try and stop me. Yay! Birmingham for a week with Lib Dems? Come on!
They've really been rumbled now, haven't they? Like, last year they were the cool party, and now you look at them and they all just look a bit weird. Like, any Liberal Democrat, like Sarah Tether and Danny Alexander, they just look like, if you ask them if they wanted a drink, they'd say, oh, I don't like drink, I just never like the taste. Oh, sod off.
See, my favourite guy that attended was the guy that had... he was a big Lib Dem, but he had a full-body tattoo.
That is a bad look when a whole audience goes, ooh. That is an error.
What I like about that is that you're looking at him, at no point you're thinking, well, that's a bad haircut.
Do you know what I love about him more than anything? I love the fact he goes, well, I'm going to the Lib Dem conference, better put a tie on.
At least he's unique. At least he's like, no single unique thing has come out of the Liberal... There was a point in Nick Clegg's speech where he genuinely says, do you know, the Lib Democrats, what we need to do is not just stop bad things, but do good things. Hallelujah, thank God someone said it. It's time for goodies in power. I haven't bought this cape for no reason. I can fly!
There was this thing with Nick Clegg. There was a Daily Mail story about how they'd said he was going to stand down, or had promised his wife he was going to stand down. And he said it was 2,000% wrong, which presumably means they could have been 1,900% less wrong, and they still would have been 100% wrong. It's a fantastic margin of error.
It's a hell of a thing.
They had, Hugh Grant was there, and they said he had a 7-minute breakfast with Nick Clegg. He's clearly done that thing you do on a blind date where you go, just phone me 7 minutes in. If it's going badly, I'll pretend there's an emergency. What, Colin Firth dropped out of a rom-com? Yeah, I'll be there fast, don't worry.
Should we have a look and see whether the Lib Dems is one of the most talked about things this week? Let's have a look. Yes, indeed. So, those were the most talked about stories this week. But in other news, the IMF has lowered Britain's growth forecast from jack shit to fuck all. And a 5.4-tonne NASA satellite is expected to fall back to Earth on Friday. Although officials cannot say exactly where it will hit, they're hoping Dale Farm. So at the end of that round, I can tell you that Sean, Holly and Amir have 2 points. John, Josh and Richard have 1. Sean, Holly and Amir, pick a question.
Well, I think we have to go for the boxing picture.
OK, all right. What do British people prefer, ballet or boxing?
I think boxing.
Yeah.
You think?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Who knew Amir was going to go boxing?
You know what? you get a lot of women now who like boxing. When I fight, 65% of my tickets are bought by women. And I don't know if that's because of boxing or because of me, so I don't know.
Yeah. It's definitely the boxing.
Women you never think about women going to a boxing fight. It's like women going to a football match. I mean, you get a lot going, but 65%.
I've got another shot for you. They're in the pubs now.
Where's it going to end, Sean? They're going to be driving.
I went to the bloody laundrette the other day. There's a man doing the service washes. The world's gone mental. What I want to know about this question is, when you say ballet or boxing, is it to watch or to take part?
Oh, to watch.
I like boxing. I like watching boxing. I think they should make it a bit more entertaining, though, by having car horns in the gloves.
Amir, I've got a boxing question for you.
Go on,
OK, youngest ever Olympic medal winner, I believe.
Yep.
You got silver.
Yep.
Silver in boxing, that is second. There's only 2 of you in there.
did you become third?
Yeah, that went to the ref.
28 of us in the whole competition in that one division.
Yeah.
I was the youngest. I mean, all the rest were like 30.
It was amazing to watch. It was amazing. I don't see why you can't still be in the Olympics, because the tennis players are in it.
Exactly. It's the only sport, I think, which don't let professionals get involved in the Olympic Games. Imagine they did, it would be so competitive, it would be brilliant.
So once you've gone professional, you can't go back to being unprofessional?
No, amateur.
Amateur.
Yeah,
Amateur.
Professional. I'm not sloppy. They don't just turn up with one glove. No, professional. He's wearing skis, for Christ's sake. It's a boxing match.
You've got pretty good reactions. Yeah, that's the thing about being super
lightweight.
Super lightweight. So it's all about the reactions. It's about the speed. The speed is incredible.
I mean, speed is power, innit?
Okay, well, I want you to obviously have a good experience this evening. I want you to learn something. Have a look at this American schoolboy. Watch and learn.
Are you going trick-or-treating?
No, probably.
They've clearly set it up as a bit of a gag, and we're going to shock him. He's going to be scared. Not that scared.
You knocked him out, put him back in the bin. Yeah. That was a good show, wasn't it? Around the gym.
The other thing that, I mean, whatever. I'm not telling you how to suck eggs. I'm not your coach. I can't teach you how to win the fight. I can just guide you. Have a look at this, and I want you to think about this when you step in the ring. Yeah, have a look.
That was 1993, so it's sad to think that both of those cats are probably now dead.
I want to know when they stopped, because like in the boxing, they used to box like that. Like 100 years ago, people used to box.
You're age away, man. I mean, it's changed now.
It's changed. I'm not 100.
That's the pictures.
50 years
that's
ago,
how they used to pose. They didn't used to go like that, did they?
Have you not seen?
did.
Have you not seen the Sherlock Holmes films? They definitely did. They used to punch like that.
They're not documentaries. That's not how Sherlock Holmes fought.
Yes, it is.
Hang on, Sherlock Holmes did not exist.
They used to put them
When you knock someone, you've knocked people out, don't you? Occasionally.
In the ring,
In the ring, yeah. That's what I mean. Yeah, I didn't mean. I wasn't asking you to do something. It must feel amazing, but also there must be a part of it when you knock someone out. You're thinking, brilliant, I'll finish work early.
Yeah, they always said to me,
Mate, I'm off.
yeah.
So how quickly do you get home after the fight? Because that's a brilliant point, isn't it? If you knock him out and then you go, West Wing's on.
It just depends. It depends what the fight is. Normally, I can be home within an hour. We're going to the fight, having the fight, and then coming back home an hour.
That would have made a terrible ending to Rocky, which is how soon he was back on his sofa watching the television. Yeah, I'm home, love. Yeah, sorry, love.
Adrian!
World champion.
Adrian, can you make us a cup of tea? So what's the biggest audience you've fought in front of?
About 35,000. Yeah.
35,000. Where was that?
That was in Cardiff.
And was that like, was it an official thing or was it on the street?
What's the biggest audience ballet get? Do you know?
Oh, when I did ballet, there was 36,000. And 66% of them were men. So...
Have you been to the ballet shop?
Well, I'm part of the whole ballet boom going on at the moment. People go and watch a ballet, and it's people telling a story only using their legs. That's just cosmic, man. So they're just using their legs, like that, dancing around using their legs, and people going, it's like Skippy. It's like, what? The princess has been taken to the castle by the Wicked Witch? And they go, yeah. But it's great, just people telling a story only using legs. How good is that?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
OK, well, let's get an answer on this. John?
Ballet, I think, are we?
OK.
Yep. Right, guys?
You're going ballet? What do you think?
Voice of the people.
Boxing.
All right, I can tell you the answer is 56% of people prefer boxing to ballet. That's very cool. For those who haven't seen Black Swan, it's a powerful story about a man who gets a blowjob for going to watch a film about ballet. I'm pretty sure that was my take-home message. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your question. Top way to boost your self-confidence. Go on.
I had a joint birthday party with someone with less friends than me. I've never felt so high in my life.
John, how did you feel about that?
Is it have a drink before you leave the house?
Number 4 is get drunk, yeah. To boost your self-confidence, a couple of drinks.
Yeah.
See those guys in the park, they're having a whale of a time.
Yeah. They could take on the world.
They could take on the pigeons.
Say anything for the guys in the park. They're not in there going, oh, I feel like we're getting stared at. I think there's too much corned beef on this jacket. Let's be honest, this question. Most people do not lack self-confidence. You want to go watch The X Factor and watch swaggering arseholes. The question should be, how do you undermine people? Because most people just need bringing down a peg or two. All these pop stars with that they do, innit? How do they do that?
Just changing your toothpaste. Does that improve self-confidence? A lot of adverts I see suggest that by switching a brand of toothpaste, you can really give not just your teeth, but your whole life a bit of a lift.
I find the best way is to lie to yourself. About who you are, what you've done, and where you're going.
What sort of thing have you told yourself, Richard?
That it's all right.
That is a massive lie.
It is a lie. I mean, it's factual. I mean, look, it's not true.
And what about where you're going? What do you say to yourself?
Yeah, I say I am going somewhere. Which is that on the...
That's not one of the things. OK, top way to boost your self-confidence.
Go to the gym.
Working out.
Oh.
That's the right answer.
Exercise.
Yeah, the top way to boost your self-confidence is to get fit. Of course, you don't need to get fit. If Gok Wan has taught us anything, it's that the easiest way to boost your self-confidence is to strip down to your bra and pants and stand in the window of Debenhams. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are John, Josh and Richard have 1 point. Sean, Holly and Amir have 4 points, which means Sean's team are tonight's winners. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. If you want more, tune into 8 out of 10 Cats Uncut on Saturday. That's it from us. Good night. T4's finest, it's Nick Grimshaw. And their team captain, John Richardson. And facing them tonight, made in Chelsea, it's Ollie Locke. This could get hairy, it's Joe Wilkinson. And their team captain, Sean Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 31% of men say they have a bucket list of things to do before they die? Number 1, find out where that smoke's coming from. 12% of British people have a friend with benefits. I've got a friend with benefits. She's on benefits. And 27% of people believe in reincarnation. My uncle died and came back as a woman. I say died, he went to Thailand. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 3 most popular talking points. Sean's team, what do you think the nation have been talking about this week?
Is it the trial of Michael Jackson's doctor? Dr. Murray is accused of being responsible for Michael Jackson's death, which is odd, really, considering that Michael Jackson, apparently, in his house, he had 4 gallons of anaesthetic just stored in his house of serious, you know, like medical anaesthetic, which is probably enough to put Louis Spence to sleep.
That's a lot. They're just trying to work out whether he killed him. And I was thinking, I can't think of a time in the last few years when Michael Jackson was alive and people went, oh, it's Michael Jackson, he looks well.
Yeah.
To be fair, though, he hasn't looked himself since 1984.
How do you tell a man he's ill when you go, you're right, Michael, you're looking a bit pale? He goes, thank you.
Well, I was thinking, before he died, his whole life must have flashed before his eyes. And his last thoughts must be, who's that little black kid singing my song?
The doctor was getting paid £100 a week, though, wasn't he? Yeah. And I was thinking, Michael Jackson's a weirdo, isn't he? Right? So if Michael Jackson was paying me £100 a week, I'd inject him with Haribo if he asked me to. Yes.
But if he's getting that much... if he was getting that much, surely there'd be an incentive to keep him alive.
Yeah. Well, he does go on a bit, though, doesn't he?
People suspect foul play. The family suspect foul play, and it just, you know...
Well, there was a delay, wasn't there, in resuscitation, giving him the kiss of life, because it took them ages to find an 8-year-old paramedic.
I love it. I suppose that's it, because you have to hold the nose while you breathe into the mouth, don't you? So that, obviously you don't want... Right, okay, well... Let's have a look and see whether the trial of Michael Jackson's doctor is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, the long-awaited trial of Michael Jackson's doctor started this week. Make no mistake, Jackson's name is going to be dragged through the mud at this trial, but when all is said and done, Michael Jackson will remain my absolute favourite self-mutilating, mentally unstable, virtually bankrupt, suspected paedophile junkie of all time. OK, John's team, what do you think the nation should be talking about this week?
The Eurozone bailout?
The Eurozone bailout has been in the news a lot.
Yeah, I've been trying to sort of simplify it in my head, and the way I've worked it out is the cold countries are bailing out the hot countries. That's basically it.
That's exactly it. Why has no one made that point before?
I feel sorry for Greece now. There must be a Greek finance minister whose job now must just... He's just given up.
Flippers.
Surely. He's just adding up. It'd be like when a relationship is clearly going to end and you know you're going to get dumped, so you just spend all your time doing things to prepare for being on your own. Like, if you said to the Greek finance minister, what's your sort of average day now? He's go, well, I have a tub of Haagen-Dazs for breakfast. I just spend the rest of the morning watching YouTube videos of cats and dogs sleeping on each other. Send an email at lunchtime, is it fixed? No, and then just cry and sleep.
I just think about that nobody but you ever prepares for being alone. You've been preparing for a long time.
Yeah, I've been preparing for it my whole damn life.
It's Greece's fault. It's Greece's fault. It's their fault they're in the situation. They borrowed too much money, and what do they produce? They produce flip-flops and ouzo. The drink nobody wants. Nobody wants ouzo. If somebody comes back from Greece, then nobody brings a bottle of ouzo, unless you've got slugs in your garden. Even Sean Ryder won't drink it. That's disgusting. Who drinks something that sounds like a plasterer's nickname? Oi, ouzo! And also, they smash all the plates at the end of the meal. No wonder they're bankrupt. What they need, what the bloody Greeks, they need some fairy liquid and do some washing up. Yes.
Joe, what do you make of the Greek?
Well, apparently the world's on its, world's economy, if it carries on this way, it's going to be on its arse. But I think it might have to end up sort of doing bartering again. Like, I'll swap you 40 carrots for an iPod Shuffle.
Yeah. Done.
Cool. All right, I'll do that, actually.
Yeah, done. No, deal.
Yeah, great. Yeah, cool.
I love carrots. I don't think it's that bad. I think people are a lot of doom-mongering. I think all Greece have to do is go bankrupt, Just like a business. If you go bankrupt as a business, you just go bankrupt. They just write off your debts and you just launch the business again under a different name. So they just come back with a new name.
What would you call them?
Pedalosia, or something like that. Hummustan.
What about if it's grease? What about lard?
Too hot.
Too hot for lard.
Could call it lube.
Lube, welcome to lube.
Immigration, presumably, would be quite easy. Slide straight through.
Let's have a look and see whether the Eurozone bailout is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, indeed. World leaders are struggling to solve the Eurozone crisis. What's basically happened is the Greek economy has come acropolis. OK, fingers on buzzers. One more thing to get.
Is it the riveting Labour Party conference? I know it's what's kept me stuck in the house with the curtains closed. Can't take my eyes off that jamboree of laughs and... yeah, it's just been brilliant.
What was your... If you had to narrow down, like, a one favourite moment from the Labour Party conference, Sean? Or maybe...
The bit. I tape it and watch it back again. And I've got on replay Ed Miliband's mouth going... Because it does something, it's weirder than Rio Ferdinand's mouth. It's like his mouth's doing some kind of breakdance move. He says something like prosperity, and his mouth goes...
OK, let's have a look at him. Let's have a look at him. Do you think he would benefit from your kind of... Because people think he's boring. Do you think maybe if he didn't do his shirt up properly, grew his hair out...
This is properly done. It's fashion.
Well, if you want to catch your death, it is.
That's a very old thing to say.
Catch your death. John was going to do that, but someone told him to put a T-shirt on.
Do you know how it was? Because it was down to there, and then someone, a member of production team...
Careful,
said,
ladies.
Careful.
Chicks dig a T-shirt, Ollie. That's all I'm saying. Chicks like a man who's warm.
Have you ever been lower than that?
Have I ever? Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, I have. Yeah, I got
I didn't mean that, I meant the shirt.
it. Pays to advertise. I think I am showing quite a lot. I look like
You didn't get that waxed for nothing. You look like what, sorry?
Jordan. Kind of with slightly...
You look a bit like Jordan, yeah. You look like someone for whom the gender reassignment has gone brilliantly. Joe, what did you make of the Labour Party conference?
Didn't like it. That's all I'm going to say. It's just speeches. For a week. Can't just do stuff. No, not for me. You do it for a week, do a speech, then do something else. Like have a bit of cabaret, sword swallow.
Well, like a wedding, like, you know, there's speeches, but then there's a buffet and there's some dancing.
Yeah, or maybe make it like a fete. You know, win a goldfish, whack a rat, donkey dog.
You go to Ed Miliband, he's trying to get a coat hanger round the thing.
Yeah. You idiot, goth.
It's in Liverpool, Ollie. Have you been to Liverpool? You spent much time
I have. Well, I've been there once.
You've been there once. Did you like it?
I loved it.
Did you? What did you love about it?
Yeah. It was...
There's people there wearing more fake tan than you?
No. Never that. No. No, that's rare. That's rare.
Anyway.
I'm just going to assume, until further notice, that politicians don't like crime. So you don't need to get up at the conference and go, at Labour, we want crime to go down. Kind of assume that. I would listen more to a politician if one stood up and went, I've got this weird idea that if I let crime go up a bit, police will get better at solving it. At least then you go, ooh, that's all right, I'm going to vote for you. And then they try and do jokes. His opening joke was about, I don't know if you know, but last year I had a deviated septum. At no point should you try and win people over with the phrase deviated septum. Next year he's going to clutch in at straws and go, this year, bit of trouble with the poo pipe. Had to go to the doctor. Just be a politician.
Yeah, I do hate a hit politician. And they've been going on to, like, cool songs. So, like, they walk off to, like, Florence and the Machine, like, walk-on music, yeah.
Oh, that is
It's
like a
embarrassing.
boxer stepping into the ring.
Yes. And they like walk off to like the Maccabees and stuff. It's like, what? Stop.
Whereas really they should walk on to...
Well, surprisingly, that's not in our top 3. The Labour Party held their annual conference in Liverpool this week. Ed Miliband has admitted to some of the mistakes the Labour Party made when Gordon Brown was leader. Mainly that they had Gordon Brown as leader. One more thing to get fingers on buzzers.
I think it's that footballer, Tevez. Am I saying his name right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the footballer Tevez?
I really don't know anything about football, but I think
You don't need to say that twice.
He's really expensive, and he refused to go on in some big match. And there was some sort of row, and you saw him being like, well, I'm not going on. Which I kind of liked, the kind of thought of like an obnoxious, because I love an obnoxious pop star. You know, like
it's the sort of thing Axl Rose would do.
Yeah, I love that, like not going on yet.
Axl Rose shouldn't have to go on because he's not a footballer, so...
It's a good point, well made, Sarah. I can't argue with that.
You're on £200,000 a week and your boss says, you won't do half hour for us, would you?
Yeah, exactly.
You can't really go, no, I don't want to today. I'm not really asking. Can you go and definitely do... I don't see why he's still here. He's been in the country 4 years and he wants to leave. That's his big thing. He didn't want to play because I don't want to be in the country. I want to go home. I can't speak any English. He's been here 4 years. The only words he's got to learn is like kick, goal. Like the Spanish for goal is goal. The Spanish for football is football. Like, it's not like we're asking him to learn Sanskrit.
He also said it was a miscommunication, didn't he? He said it because what he actually said was, OK, boss, where do you want to play? But because of his accent, it came out like, I fucking hate Man City. You can piss off, shove out your arse, you piece of shit. That's an accent thing. It's just a dialect.
Well, because he's from the Catalan region.
What he actually said was, "Ke."
Do we know why he didn't go up? Like, why he just refused? Was it just... Had he just realised that football's a bit shit? Okay, thanks, love.
Just one, like, fucking yes! Finally, someone said it!
If you look at Tevez, though, he's a very unfortunate-looking chap, isn't he? He does. He looks like Shrek's ugly mate, doesn't he?
I refute that. Let's have a look. He's a great-looking guy. In fairness to him, that was a very sunny day. His flash is still strong. I like it. Still strong.
Just as well he didn't go on, to be honest, because in that picture I can see he's already broken pretty much the rule of football. This is good, you see? I scored a goal!
He's attention seeking, isn't he? Let's face it, if you're gonna go to a football match and sit on the subs bench, you're probably gonna go on, let's face it, you've got to do that. And then he just says no. He's obviously an attention seeker.
You think he's an attention seeker?
Yeah.
He's obviously an attention seeker. It's the most attention-seeking sort of thing I've ever bloody seen. That, my friend, is how you get attention. Let's have a look and see whether Carlos Tevez is one of the most talked about people this week. Yes, Carlos Tevez was told he'd never play for Man City again after refusing to go on as a sub. Carlos Tevez earns £250,000 a week. To put that in terms the layman will understand, fucking hell. At the end of that round, Sean, Joe and Ollie have 1 point. John, Nick and Sarah are in the lead with 2. Round is pick of the polls. Sean, Joe and Ollie, what do you like the look of?
Can I have an old woman punch in the air, please?
I agree.
Here is a clip to illustrate your question.
looked like the sort of thing that would be on a Dispatches documentary. Followed by Ethel didn't want to be in a home.
They have closed down that choir.
I've got a weird thing about older women recently.
Have you?
Yeah.
Like a bit of granny fanny, do you?
Well, I've realised that my genuine celebrity crush when someone asked me the other day is Joanna Lumley, like, quite honestly. And then last night I was at an event and a woman actually walked past me looking like Joanna Lumley and I gave her the kind of thing and I was like, what am I doing? This woman's probably 80.
Well, he had a stroke next to him.
But I don't know what.
OK, so the question. In a poll to find the best thing about retirement, taking up new hobbies came second. What came first? So what's the best thing about retirement?
Is it finding out what your dog does all day long? At work, I imagine people have got a dog, they think, what's he doing now? When you're retired, you go, oh, he sits over there. He goes over there for a bit. And then he goes up the stairs, pines at my bedroom door, then comes right down.
I'll definitely pretend to forget my relatives.
Oh, yeah, that's
Don't know who you are. You might as well leave. Then carry on watching the telly. Thank God they've gone.
The train journey to Switzerland. Lovely scenery. That's the last time I used Eurostar, but I told my nan we were going to Euro Disney.
I'm just going to do all the things I do now, but not get the piss taken out of me for them. Right? I'm going to tuck things in, I'm going to pull my trousers up, I'm going to buy slippers. I bought a pair of slippers last week, and, you know, at my age, you have to make an ironic, just wacky, just, you know, it's just a joke, really. Just, I want to wear slippers in my house. Really soft on the inside, sliding into a slipper.
Sorry, give me the sliding into a slipper noise. That should be a lady.
What are you putting in the slipper?
If you've got... if you've got the right slipper, you don't need a woman. That's what I'm going to say.
I think eating. I think my gran was a big eater, just never store and not eating. Yeah, they love listing who's dead.
Oh, that's their best thing ever,
that's
yeah.
like their favourite thing. All excited that Janet's dead, and they've outlasted Janet.
People you don't know.
Yeah. Do you know Elsie? You know her mum?
Whoa. OK, my nan...
not Elsie.
My nan's called Elsie.
No, Elsie's all right.
I can't believe they found you first.
I've got some really terrible news. Ollie is your new granddad.
Like, your first reaction when you found out I was your grandson was to give me a pervy wink.
OK, so Beth, you've been the closest so far, Sean, with your trip to Switzerland.
Is it holidays?
I'll give you that. The best thing about retirement is time to travel the world. Of course, once you've retired, you can go anywhere. Down to the post office, to the bingo, to the post office, then maybe the bingo, or even the bingo, and then the post office. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your question. Best way to spot a liar?
Big wooden nose.
Are his pants on fire?
So his pants are not on fire. He does not have a big wooden nose. What is the best way to spot a liar?
I can always tell if someone's lying if they go, right, Joe, you look well.
I don't know about looking well. You look like everyone from Guess Who.
Is there an actual truth serum, or is that like a Harry Potter thing? In all honesty, is that? Can you actually like? Is there a serum? Like, is it?
Yeah,
like,
it's called Bacardi.
not even.
What's that, Lambrini?
That's gone up in price recently.
What's gone up in price?
It used to be 89p, and I think it's about £2.30 now.
Most people know the price of milk.
Is it if they give you flowers afterwards?
She was just a girl from the office.
I think if you go to a pub 2 days running and the same man is sat in the same chair at the bar, he's definitely full of shit. Any man who ever tells you had trials for, insert name of football club, Every man over 50 has had trials at a football club, and it's as if in the 50s they all just went, let's try everyone. Get everyone in, someone will be brilliant.
It's more about how they tell their story.
If they come like that and go, well, the other day, welcome to the moon.
Like a weird voodoo...
loony, they go.
Yeah, like a voodoo priest. That's how they tell...
It's like a funeral in New Orleans.
I tell you a story.
Is that how it's spelled?
I think eye contact could be the answer, Jimmy.
There's no way.
Is it when people give too much detail?
It's not too much detail. I'll tell you the answer. The best way to spot a liar is that they keep changing their story. We've all told lies. I was drunk, he was drunk, we were just having a laugh, I never touched it. It was his idea, I fell on it. I just wanted to know what it tasted like. Nothing happened. I don't even know him. Stop going on about it. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Joe and Ollie have 2 points. John, Sarah and Nick have 2, which means it's a dead heat. Everyone's a winner. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. If you want more, tune in tomorrow night for 8 out of 10 Cats Uncut. That's it from us. Good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats, Strictly Sensation, it's Greg Rebel Horwood. His eyes are smiling, it's David O'Doherty. And their team captain, John Locke. And facing them tonight, down with the kids, it's Rick Edwards. Show her the funny, it's Ellie Taylor. And their team captain, John Richardson. Now welcome your host, Jimmy.
Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats Uncut, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 14% of women say they can always tell when they're being lied to? And that's because all women are intelligent, perceptive, intuitive, and have you lost weight? The perfect slice of toast is 14 millimetres thick and weighs 0.44 grams per square inch. And that's according to a scientist who's apparently not aware there's still no cure for cancer. And only 3% of British women are naturally blonde. And that's a survey I conducted myself on the escalators at King's Cross. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 5 most popular talking points. John's team, what do you think people have been talking about this week?
Jackson trial?
Oh, he's still dead, isn't he?
Still dead.
It's weird watching... You're just watching and you think, this can't be an actual trial because it's on telly. Like, if it was a trial, you keep expecting it to turn into a musical. Like, when he takes the stand, you go, do you swear to tell the whole truth? I'm sorry, Miss Jackson.
It does feel weird. You know, he's such a kind of... He's a weird character, the Doctor, isn't he?
One of the things that came out this week is he didn't know how long it had been since he stopped breathing because he didn't have a watch. Like, he's a doctor. Like, I'm becoming more and more convinced that he's Dr. Hibbert from The Simpsons. I think there'll be a bit this week when they question him and they go, were you there at the death? And they go, how do you not have a watch if you're a doctor?
The recording has come out now of Michael Jackson talking, but it doesn't really sound like him. It's out because he's not putting on a high-pitched voice. He's got a deep voice.
Have we got the recording?
Yeah, I'll just... John, help us out, do the recording. Yeah.
Hello there. It's Michael Jackson here. I'm feeling queasy.
You have to ask the question, why would someone need to have such serious medication just to get to sleep? What was stopping them getting their sleepy buys? Why couldn't at night time they just go... why every night they'd lie down and just go...
You realise, ironically, that face is going to keep quite a lot of people up now.
I mean, the amount of medication to get him out... I mean, it's horrendous.
It's almost as if he had a terrible past where he'd done awful things.
It's a very sad story. It's a very sad story. Luckily, it's quite funny as well. They've discovered that in the autopsy that Jackson had 8 different, chemicals in his body. I mean, 2 of those were artificial colouring.
I have some appreciation of what Michael Jackson was going through, though, because in the latter part of the last century, I played for a football team, and in order to play in this league, we had to have matching jerseys. So a guy was sent off to a market, and he brought us back 10 T-shirts with Michael Jackson bad written on them that we wore for the whole season, and we just became known as the pedos. The problem was the team adopted that. So you'd have someone like, we'd be 2-0 down, but they'd, come on, pedos, let's raise it for the last quarter.
Apparently, Michael Jackson was concerned he was going to get murdered as well. That's come out of the trial.
It doesn't look so mental now, does it?
Yeah. I thought he was going to get murdered for all his music rights, which suggests a gross misunderstanding of how music rights get passed along. It isn't a question of, well, I shot him. They're mine now.
It's weird. There's a lot of conspiracy theories around it. There's a lot of people thinking that, something untoward has happened because he was worth so much money and he was kind of worth more dead than alive.
Did you do it?
There does seem to be an acceptance that he was definitely murdered. LaToya Jackson put on Twitter, which I don't think you were allowed to do during a trial.
A what? That is what a lot of the kids call the Michael Jackson trial. My own ear call when it happened to them.
She put on Twitter during the trial... Thank you. She put during the trial, I'm sick... Stupid letters of the alphabet. She put on Twitter during the trial, I'm sick of all these cover-ups and lies. But that's influencing the case, isn't it? You're implying he's definitely murdered. And if you're sick of cover-ups, you can't even look at his face.
My favourite album of his was always Twiller.
Let's have a look and see whether Michael Jackson's trial is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, the trial of Michael Jackson's doctor continues. Everyone remembers where they were when Michael Jackson died. His doctor was in the bathroom flushing Demerol down the toilet. Sean Steam, what have the nation been talking about this week?
Well, knowing this nation that we live in, they'll be talking about the fact that it's been hotter than it's normally expected to be at this time of year. It's not meant to be hot at the end of September, the beginning of October.
But it has been.
But it has been, and it's literally made the tabloids blow a gasket. They go, blimey, it's so hot! What's going on? It's like Day of the Triffids or something's happening. It was very hot, though, wasn't it? I mean, there's no point beating about the bush. I was out there. You can't argue with anyone. They say it wasn't that hot. You go, bloody was. It was so hot, they were resuscitating the donkeys they'd shot at the end of the summer season. We shot them too early. We should have waited a couple of weeks. The old people, though, they suffer in the heat, don't they? There's the old people, but also they suffer in the cold. They need to invent a jab for weather, don't they? They just inject them with some light drizzle. They're just
teetering.
Somewhere in the middle. They're not suffering too much.
The tigers in the Isle of Wight Zoo, I was reading, they felt sorry for them, so they gave them ice creams. Because
I read this, yeah.
Tigers wouldn't be used to warm weather at all. They're oh, this is so hot. You're not like India, where I was snatched from as a child. They're probably, it was that they were freezing. They probably should have given them cuppa soups, and they're...
I always love it when it's really sunny like this, because nothing can seem to bring English people inside when it's sunny. Like last year, there was a sort of a same kind of thing, an unseasonably warm period of time, and loads of people went to my local park, and in the middle of the day, someone got shot. And so, like, the police came, the guy was airlifted to hospital, and it was all, like, cordoned off, and you'd think that would kind of end people's day. But no, Loads of people stayed. It was like they'd weighed up the options of, like, well, there is a murderous gun-toting gang on the loose, but on the other hand, I don't know when these bad boy flip-flops are going to get another airing. I'll take the risk.
OK, let's have a look and see whether the unseasonable weather is one of the most talked about things this week. Of course it is. The most talked about thing. There was a heat wave in London, but I tell you where they enjoyed a real Indian summer. Delhi. On Sunday, it was as hot as hell. In fact, Margaret Thatcher woke up and thought she died. John, Rick, Ellen, what else have the nation been talking about?
Well, over here on Team Cool, I imagine we've all been glued to the Tory party conference.
Yeah.
Osborne solved the world financial meltdown. He said, these problems have been caused by humans, and they'll be fixed by humans, which is bullshit. It's a bit like being in a jungle going, well, this arm might have been bitten off by a tiger, and I fully expect a tiger to return and sew the wound up. Bit simple, George.
I liked Jeremy Hunt's speech, the Culture Secretary, and he had this beautiful ballet dancer come on stage and do this dance. And at the same time, unexpectedly, Eric Pickles began to join in. And he was doing this sort of strange thing with his legs and was getting a bit sort of out of breath, but then it just turned out he was trying to get out of his chair.
Bless him. Even his own party are going at him for being fat. You just want him to, because he looks so sad. You think, just have some, he needs some lines, like old stock lines. So when Osborne took the piss out of him, I go, do you know why I'm so fat? Because every time you fuck the economy, I have a biscuit. Boom!
The most depressing moment in all of civilization is when politicians make jokes at those conferences, and then you see the goons all laughing like it's really funny. So it'd be like, he thinks he's going to get the country back to work. Well, I heard last week he couldn't even get his own car to work. They're like, Oscar Wilde is among us. This is brilliant.
The most out-of-touch comment I've heard of any politician this week was David Cameron said at one point, I don't mean to, but I seem to be coming across one of these guys who's always down the boozer with the lads. Literally never thought that about you. Theresa May as well. She had this big speech about how this country's gone mad because there was an immigrant who couldn't get evicted from the country because he had a cat. And then everyone went, that was bollocks, that. And she just read it in the Daily Mail. And she's just littered her speech with stuff she read in the Daily Mail. It won't be long before she's using agony aunt pages. Like, I met a constituent this week who wanted to have a threesome but didn't know how to ask his wife. I just think, start with a mutual friend. I've stuck an actual tip in there for you as well, lads.
It wasn't completely nonsense. Apparently the judge at the hearing said that the fact that they had a cat proved that they had some kind of family life, that they both invested in getting a cat together. It's just a fantastic excuse, isn't it? Like, I've got a cat. Nothing you can do about it. That's probably why there were so many Bond films, because they couldn't put Blofeld away.
Mr. Bond, Tiddles is hungry.
You were in the musical Cats, weren't you?
Yes, I was, indeed.
Is that why you've never been deported?
I always wanted to go to Cats, the musical, and just sit in the front row in a dog costume.
We have plenty of dogs on, you know, Strictly, so we're OK.
Saucer of milk, he hasn't lost it, has he? Rick, have you been watching the conference? Did you see any of it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to slightly defend Cameron. I think his cat joke was quite good.
Tell us his cat joke. We'll be
the judge of this.
read it out.
Here at this conference, we've been recording audiobooks for the blind, so he's a nice guy. I think after yesterday, we should probably have a group reading of Mog the Cat. Although if you, like me, read that book to your children at bedtime, you'll remember that Mog the Cat helps the police to catch the burglar, not keep him in the country. And that is it. That's the end of the joke.
Thing is, Rick, it's the way he tells them.
He's got a thing, hasn't he?
He'd have done it like this, but the cat wouldn't help catch the burglar. He'd kick them in the country. Yeah! He'd do it like that.
And then the goons.
Cameron would have been better, I think, doing Mrs. Slocum pussy jokes.
I think he'd have upset the sisters, though, because he's already in trouble with them, isn't he? If he'd done pussy
Yeah, the
jokes.
Tory party is in trouble with the lady. They say they're not sort of appealing to female voters. I'll check in. Ellie, would you vote Tory?
I think David Cameron is probably getting a bit of a hard time about the whole sexist thing, because I think if you look at his relationship with his wife, it all seems kind of equal. Like, she came to the conference with him. She obviously had to leave 3 hours before it began because it was man's business. She couldn't understand it. But then she came back for his speech because she had to iron his shirt. I think they've got a good relationship, I think.
Sorry, I wasn't really listening to her talking. Did you see any of the Tory conference? I imagine you were glued to it.
No, I would have liked to have seen the ballet dancers, though. I think that would have been rather nice.
I don't think you would have scored them very highly, I'll be honest with you.
I think it's good, because they're so boring normally. I think it's good that they tart up all these conferences with lots of wonderful music and, you know, entrance music and finale music.
I'm right with you, Craig, on that.
I think this is what the Tory party conference needs. It needs a little bit of razzle-dazzle.
I don't know if that's the tune, but...
It's close.
It's close enough. As soon as I start watching that programme, I spend the rest of the week going...
Try being on it, darling.
Oh, yeah, that's where I know you from. I knew you from somewhere. Let's have a look and see whether the Tory party conference is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, the Conservatives held their annual conference in Manchester this week. The Tory conference is where the Conservatives discuss new, innovative and groundbreaking ways to fuck up Britain. Sean's team, what else do you think the nation have been talking about?
Well, what do you think they've been talking about, Craig?
Strictly.
Well,
An X Factor.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, I mean, the TV's... I mean, it's huge. 37 million viewers this weekend, those two shows combined. Everyone's watching it.
It is amazing, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, it's captivating.
I'm in to see, you know, useless dancing.
Useless
Useless dancing.
No, it's all
Nancy.
pretty bad.
I'm just mentioning names and I probably shouldn't do.
Nancy. Don't call him that.
If you want to see more of her, you have to press the red button. Is it difficult being a judge?
It's extremely difficult.
Is it?
Yeah. It takes great intellect, darling.
Yes, that's what I imagine.
And plus, I've got a number of from 1 to 10 to choose from. It's making that choice.
And yeah, and then you've got to choose a number that people don't go, ooh. That must be a lot of pressure. That moment when you go, oh, got it wrong.
Are you a bit jealous of Lens 7? Because that has just gone nationwide, hasn't it, that? You must think, I'm going to pick a number. You could just have, like, another number and just go...
Have you been watching this, Anna?
Yeah. I'm more into X Factor, though, to be honest. Soz.
Into wannabes, darling, all those lovely wannabes.
As opposed to all the has-beens on your...
What I prefer Strictly to X Factor is there's less humiliation involved. You know, like, what's it called, I'm a Celebrity? They have to have the Bush Tucker trial, and they have to eat some disgusting things. I mean, if you have a testicle in your mouth on Strictly, it's optional, isn't it?
It generally means that dance move's gone horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Strictly's got a lot of people into dancing. A lot of people kind of now dance around their living rooms while they watch it. Have a look at this. How would you score that dance?
1, darling. 1 out of 10. Spatial awareness, you see.
There's an element of trimming the herd there. If you've got one thing in your living room and you headbutt it, you deserve to be in pain.
What I find weird about that clip, why the mask? Does that tell you you've been looted?
Let's have a look and see if Strictly's up there. Yes, Yes, 37 million viewers tuned in to watch Strictly and X Factor over the weekend. BBC bosses have ordered Strictly's dancers to tone down their raunchy routines because no one wants to see Edwina Curry's cha-cha-cha. OK, fingers on buzzers, one more thing to get. What else did the nation be talking about this week?
The rugby has been on.
Yes.
Maybe people have been talking about my country doing very well and your country just touching up the ladies. Honky, 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 honky. Like this. Yeah. Oh, we've won. You're like this honky, 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 honky.
Have you ever had anything to do with a lady?
Hey, what's that bit? No, but I'm ready when it happens.
The weirdest detail that's come out of it was that they were assigned their own special 5-foot chambermaid. And this detail's really been hammered home in the press. It's going, they had their own 5-foot chambermaid. The chambermaid who was 5 foot.
5'1", I think you'll find.
Really? I feel so stupid now.
Didn't they ask her to do something Australian to them?
Yeah.
I've got the quote here. Haskell shouted at her, "I want an Aussie kiss." She said, "What's that?" And he said, "It's a blowjob down under."
But it doesn't make sense, because a kiss down under would be a blowjob, but a blowjob down under would be like sucking your ankle. It's so sleazy, though, with the lines, and they stole her walkie-talkie, and then she came up to get it. They're like, "Why don't you look for it in the bedroom?" And they all had towels on, and they were... It just makes you respect footballers. So, like, at least with Wayne Rooney, it's all business. So I'll give you 300 quid to touch me dick. There's no wordplay, there's no jokes, there's just touch that, that's the money. There we go.
They are quite wild, though, rugby players. They have been on Strictly Come Dancing. We've had, you know, people like Matt Dawson, Kenny Logan, of course, and on tour, he was outrageous.
Was he?
Yeah.
Tell me everything. What happened on tour?
Well, he was literally pulling our heads back like this, and we had to consume an enormous amount of vodka.
Oh, vodka.
Oh, and... my God. Yes, vodka. In fact...
I thought a tea bag was going to be involved.
I was drinking vodka out of one lady's breasts.
Out of it?
Yeah, well, she pushed them together like this, and then the vodka was poured into them and held in them. And
Did they not have a clean glass?
It was just one of those nights. Actually, what goes on tour should stay there, really, shouldn't it? I should never mention.
Remind me never to let you drink vodka off my tits. It'll be all over the place.
You guys probably don't realise that things happen on rugby tours. On the under-11s tour to Wales that I was involved in, the priest who was our coach specifically told us, don't put any money in slot machines. So what's that? Red rag to a bull. The D-man, what's that a rule? Kablamo. And I put 50p into a slot machine, and I won the jackpot of 45 quid, which came out in 10p's, and because I wasn't allowed to tell anyone that I'd won it, I then had, like, this bag with my boots in it and rugby gear, and then, like, 3 stone of coins that I just had to walk around with the rest of it. So, you know, these things happen, and life's a party, huh?
Yeah.
OK, let's have a look and see whether the England rugby team's antics are one of the most talked about things this week. So those were the most talked about stories this week. But in other news, a small plane crashed into a Ferris wheel in Australia, trapping 4 people for 3 hours. And to make things worse, the louder they screamed, the faster it went. And Katie Price has split up with her Argentinian boyfriend. There was a language barrier, but after 7 months, he picked up just enough English to realise she's a fucking nightmare. So at the end of that round, Sean, David and Craig have 3 points. John, Ellie and Rick have 2 points. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. John, Ellie and Rick, pick a question.
Well, it looks like you've snuck into my bathroom and got a picture of me in front of the mirror again.
Is that you with the spoon?
Big man with the biceps.
OK, 55% of men think the most macho profession is what?
Probably being on a panel on a show, innit?
Have you had a proper macho job?
I was a chef. Is that manly?
A chef is quite manly these days because of people like Gordon Ramsay.
I was very much the precursor to Gordon Ramsay. Sort of a northern... Like with a pinch of George Formby. Hey, that pissing fish. When I'm cleaning saucepans.
I reckon those guys, you know, in really serious psychiatric wards, you know, the really serious, like Rampton, those guys, that's a tough job. Dealing with the real psycho killers and just taking them like some trifle, thinking, I hope they like it. Because they could take my eyes out if they don't. That's a tough job.
Yeah. Craig, what do you think the most macho job is? What's the most macho
any
job
of the
you've ever
village
had?
people. Builders, mechanics, policemen, you know.
Are we saying the most macho job or just what you like?
I'm just demonstrating a macho sort of environment and job.
Macho. I like the way you said macho.
I like the way you use your shoulders.
I don't take much encouragement, I think...
I know.
Macho. What's the most macho job?
I reckon it... you know what I think's a real macho job?
Go on.
Is in the delicatessens, the people who put the ham on the meat slicer. Because that thing's really sharp.
Oh, yeah.
Quite dangerous. They go, "Argh," like that. And it's sort of risky. They're risking their life. But also, they're producing ham. So it's dangerous and exciting, but also, you get a lovely ham as well.
I think that's why they get all the poontang. Yeah, I think that's...
I think the most macho job is shark dentist. I'm flossing the shark.
I want to see how long does this mime go on? And rinse. Nice piece of shark dentistry. OK, so most macho profession, what do you think, Rick? You used to be a male model. That's pretty macho.
Well, I mean, I'd say no.
What's the weirdest thing you had to dress up as, being a male model? You were kind of a fashion model.
It's not really something I had to dress up as. I had to model crotch-enhancing jeans.
And may I say, I'm glad you kept it.
And I didn't have them on the shoot, so in the end I wore my jeans, and then a gentleman stuffed a sock that he sort of moulded into a large kind of sausage that snaked down my leg. And then my mum and dad saw it in a magazine.
What were they doing reading that kind of magazine?
I was a mobile floor cleaner in a German sausage cannery. Show off. It's genuinely true. And
Sorry, give us that again. You were a...
mobile floor cleaner in a German sausage cannery. The jars would come along the conveyor belt. Sometimes on the corners they'd fall off and smash. And Herr Willy was the foreman, and he had a yellow whistle, and he'd blow the whistle. And I had a hard hat and a red buggy with a suction pump, and I'd have to drive to the site of the sausage catastrophe, and then reverse backwards and forwards over the sausages till I'd suck them all up into my undercarriage, and then return back to base again. Honk honk.
Is this a job you had or a game on the iPhone? It sounds like the new Angry Birds.
It's got to be like in the armed services. Is it like soldier or something?
Absolutely right. Right answer. Yes, 55% of men think the most macho profession is being in the army. If hundreds of muscular men parading up and down with cropped hair in matching outfits isn't masculine, I don't know what is. So at the end of that round, it's 3 points for Sean's team and 3 points for John's team. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your first one. Worst thing about going to a pop concert?
The music?
No, the worst thing for me about pop concerts is the miming.
Yeah, because you want to see a show. You don't want to see people going...
Get on with it! Bloody sing!
Have you been to any pop concerts, Craig?
I have. I went to Whitney Houston's pop concert.
Not the recent one?
No, darling, the one that was in Africa, her first visit there, and it was a disaster. Because she'd lost her voice.
She'd lost her voice?
Yeah.
What, was it British Airways flying her over there with her?
My friend invited me to a gig at Wembley. I said, yeah, all right, it sounds a bit like it'd be loud and there'll be a lot of people there. But I'll go with it. And he said, there's a slight chance you'll get hit with a pint of piss. And I said, I'm not going. And
what was the gig?
It was Oasis. And he said, sometimes, because it's a lot of people there, so you wee into a glass. Already I'm losing it. But then instead of popping it neatly by the side, he said, they have a wee, and then they just... Boom. Sometimes you get hit with a pint of piss, but it's very unlikely. I need it to be 0 chance of getting hit. And then people start singing. I don't want you to do it, dickhead. I paid 60 quid to come to your house, did I, and hear you sing Michael Bolton, but shitter. I just get terrified of losing my friends. It's so big, the gigs, you know. I'm going to get back out there. I'm never going to find him. And then I wouldn't have come on my own, but now I'm on my... Proclaimers were good. I enjoyed the Proclaimers. They did an indoor venue with seats, so there's no standing up, but they did new stuff. I've come to watch the Proclaimers to see your new shit, have I, lads? Do the two.
Someone needs to have a word with pop bands about the new stuff.
That is the worst thing when they say, and here's one of our new songs. You can hear the whole room go,
I hate going to pop concerts because of the toilet situation for the women, because I'm not a big advocate of pissing in cups. So I have to queue for the loos, and I used to, like, sort of push in and say, like, oh, I'm pregnant. But I don't want to push in anymore, because I heard a story about a girl who pushed in and got into a portaloo, and then the crowd kind of turned feral, and they pushed the portaloo over with her in it. And I don't know if that's an urban legend, but I don't want to risk it.
That makes me proud to be British. You know the Tory party conference when they talk about the British spirit and what it is to be British and coming together as a community? That is the example they should have used. She pushed in the queue, did she? Well, she can be covered in poo. Good on them.
I think what I always find weird when you go to see a band these days is they have that gap, don't they, between the stage and the audience. And they have those stewards there, these massive, great big blokes in polo shirts, and they're not seeing the band. They're staring at the audience. And the idea of trying to have a good time with this 18-stone Glaswegian just staring at you. And he's obviously got a court appearance on Monday. If you're trying to have fun, if you're in your living room trying to have fun and there's just a big bloke staring at you going, "You're having fun, are you, son?" They're always from Glasgow, aren't they, those fellas?
Yeah, and they're always lifting people out as well. I always think that's... Is there someone in from Glasgow now? Hello? OK, well, there's an AA meeting just up the road. Anything else is the worst thing about going to a pop concert?
The crowds, darling, the crowds.
It's to do with the crowds. It's a very specific thing about...
When there's a very tall person standing in front of you.
That is exactly the right answer. Yes, the worst thing about going to a pop concert is standing behind a tall person, especially if you've gone to see Jedward, because if you're standing behind someone really tall, they could block your shot, and you have to kill them both. All right, so next one. Top thing travellers miss when abroad.
Is it all the dead celebrities? Well, you go away and you don't know who's died. I mean, 2 years later, you're in the pub having a chat, and you go, "Yeah, anyway, so-and-so. They go, "Who's dead?" And you go, "When?" Turns out, when you were on holiday.
It's sneaky, isn't it? Yeah.
That annoys the shit out of me.
You're from Australia, aren't you? Technically, you're abroad now.
Well, I've been living here for 22 years,
Yeah.
so... And I have become a British citizen.
Well, I need to see your papers and we can move on.
Papers! Where are your papers? Glenn Goodman, I bet he's got much to see your papers, doesn't he? He's still in the Home Guard. I imagine in between takes he shows you his ration book. Oh, there you go. I'll get you sugar, nylons, anything you want.
What do you miss when you go away, Anna?
I think I misunderstood the question, because I was thinking of travellers. I was going to say caravans and evading planning commission.
The top thing they miss isn't Dale Farm.
No.
You probably miss the imperial measurement system. You're probably flummoxed by where's the nearest village? 17 3/4 fathoms. We have kilometres, and it's really easy.
Yeah, you've also got euros. Good luck with that. Just saying.
It's worse than recession. I've lived through several recessi, and this is worse than those. Thanks for bringing it up.
Is this the worst one, you think?
I don't know. I'm sure it was worse during the potato famine. But in my lifetime, it's not great.
I don't know what the modern equivalent would be of a potato famine in Ireland. It would be if Abracababra shut down.
It is a kebab joint where I was in it recently, and a homeless man was thrown out, and he just stuck his head. It's sort of a spinning mystery meat type establishment, and the homeless man a minute later just stuck his head right in the door and went and then just landed this perfect gob onto the thing as it spun. And the guy walks over with the big knife. He's like, oh, God. And he just picks the sort of spot, like the 2-inch spot where it landed, like, there we go. Now, what would everyone like? Taking
It's about the comfort of home.
Your own bed?
That's the right answer. Yes, the top thing travellers miss when abroad is their own bed. I hate the way hotel beds can magically turn what was clearly a beautiful, exotic woman the night before into an unshaven Oriental man in the morning. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are 4 points for Sean's team and 4 points for John's team. Everyone's a winner. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it for us. Good night.
What's up, Doc? It's Dr. Christian Jessen. From Friday Night Dinner, it's Tom Rosenthal and their team captain, John Richardson. And facing them tonight, Northern Soul, it's Sarah Milliken. Wakey Wakey, it's Lorraine Kelly. And their team captain, John Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy
Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 25% of men think their eyes are their best feature? Let me think. Buns, guns, pecs, nads, little Jimmy Johnson, eyes. Sixth best. The world's oldest goldfish was 42. He put his long life down to regular early morning swims. And the average life expectancy in the UK is 80 years. Does not include Scotland. Terms and conditions apply. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. Tonight it's our panellist's job to guess the British public's top 3 most important moments in life. Sean's team, what do you think's up there?
What do you think? Loose women.
Is it falling in love? Well, yeah.
Come on, when did you first fall in love?
Maybe 21. You see, I thought there was the one, because I'd read too many, you know, that kind of books and seen that kind of film where there's just one and that's it, and it's rubbish. If you're, you know, watching at home and people in the audience, there's 5. There's not one.
I've seen a lot of those films and read a lot of those books.
One for every decade. You have one for... So I've done my 20s, I've got a nice one in my 30s, and then he'll have to go soon, because I'm 36. He's lovely, it's a shame. 40s, 50s, 60s, and then after that you just have, like, no strings attached sex with whoever's in the same home.
You're such a romantic, aren't you?
I am.
Lorraine, when did you first fall in love?
Oh, probably about 16.
16?
Yeah, Brian Kennedy. I can't tell you any more than that, but it was lovely. It was
Why can't
really
you tell us
good.
any more?
Because
Is he
I
dead?
don't want to embarrass... No, he's not dead. But I think first love is really important, and you can really not underestimate it, because it's really exciting, and because it's all new and you've never been there before, and
I cannot
it's fabulous. Are you
wait.
remembering it all?
Sean, you never really talk about your softer side and being in love, and I think I speak on behalf of everyone. I'd like to see a bit of the real you.
Yes.
When did you fall in love, Sean?
Well, I always find that the confusing thing about falling in love is the symptoms of falling in love are sort of lightheadedness, giddiness, are very similar to the symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning. I'm not sure whether I'm in love or the flu's blocked. You know? So I don't know if you're the one or we need to change flats. We need to have a word with the landlord.
John, have you ever been in love?
The first 2 people I fell in love with...
2?
Had your best. Different occasions, both ended with their partners telling me to stop phoning their home. The first one was a clown who I fell in love with when I was about 8. He opened a shopping centre near me, and I was transfixed. This guy could juggle, he could do magic, he had poems.
How old was the clown and how old were you?
Clown must have been in his late 20s, early 30s. I'm maybe 9 or 10. I asked for a picture. He's given me his card. It's only got his phone number on it. He obviously wants me to call. I left a few messages. Then one day when I phoned up, his wife picked up, that bitch.
This sounds like an implausible story that the clown told the police. Like, no, he was calling me.
I like the idea of you phoning out and going, what are you wearing? I got the big shoes on.
It wasn't a sexual thing, it was just the love between a child and a clown.
When did you first fall in love with a woman?
In Torquay, on holiday. Took her to see Men in Black. Rained on the way out, give my coat, did the whole thing. Little pity kiss at the end of the week, which I'll be honest, I may have misread. Started phoning. She's not picking up the phone either, little minx. So what I did, bought one of those school exercise books, and across every line of every page, I wrote I love and then her name. If I made a mistake, tore the page out, and then I posted it to her.
Not creepy, glad that's not creepy.
Symbol of commitment and grammatical accuracy.
Well, let's have a look and see whether first love is one of the most important moments in life. Most men say that when they fall in love, they can't tell if it's the real thing. I can. I have a special little indicator that sticks up. OK, Johnston, what's the other most important moment in life?
People do babies, don't they?
You made it sound like litter.
I think the only reason I want to have kids is so I can look at other people's without being accused of being a paedophile. Like when you walk past a... I don't mean in that word.
No, dig yourself out of this. I'd love to see this. He's got a shovel. He's on your marks, John, and dig your way out of that one.
Sometimes you're walking past a playground.
Sure. He's going deeper before he even starts the dig.
Sometimes you're walking past a playground and you just want to be able to watch the abandon of children. It's like watching nature. It's like when you watch the leaves change in autumn. Sometimes you want to watch a kid on a swing and think, oh, I used to be on swings before I had jobs and before people judged me and before I wasn't allowed to be in a park. And then before you know it, you've been there half an hour and someone says, oh, which one's yours? You go, I'll go then, fine. I'm not... It's a nice... And sometimes a baby will look at you.
What you should say is, I haven't chosen yet.
Sometimes they look at you, though. Sometimes you're on a train and... They look at you! I'm not the weirdo, yeah? You're the weirdos for making it weird, weirdos. Sometimes you're on a train and a baby looks at you and smiles, just in a way a baby would, and yet you want, as a woman, if you look over and pull a face, you go, oh, it's the maternal instinct kicking in. She's just communicating with the baby. If I look over and go... Can someone get Captain Weirdo off the train, please?
It sort of depends on whether or not you've got your cock in your hand.
Dr. Christian, is there anything that we can do to get John chemically castrated? You haven't got kids?
Absolutely no desire to have children whatsoever. Yeah, you can't... They just linger too long and you can't have a life.
They do linger, don't they?
Yeah.
They go on living is another way to say
They go on.
They linger. I mean, if they lasted 5 years, it'd be perfect, but no.
I never wanted kids, really. I just wanted one of those big American fridges. You know, the really big ones.
Yeah.
I thought it'd be ridiculous to get one of those. It's just me and my partner there, and like a lasagna and a lemon rolling around in it. I thought I'd better have some kids, fill it out with yoghurt.
Well, I didn't think that I was very maternal until I had my baby.
Isn't that a bit late, though?
Yeah.
Really, a big gamble, that's fine, isn't
But then it was fine. No, honestly, you know...
But what if it wasn't? You can't put it back in, can you? You can't, can you?
No, you can't. But see, if you do, have every drug under the sun. Don't, if somebody comes at you
Not
with
whilst
heroin,
you're pregnant, I
no,
should
no,
confirm.
no, but in labour, have everything. You know these folks that lie on bean bags and they have candles? No. No, 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 no. You want to be numb, as God intended. You want to be numb from the waist down, knowing nothing about it until they give you a beautiful baby.
That's conception or birth.
Well, honestly, don't have everything. Have everything.
I've never heard anything more Scottish than that. Take all the drugs that you can. Seriously, all of them. Get all of them. It's brilliant. It's like you only had the baby for the high.
No, but it is really, honestly, I recommend it.
It's expensive, though.
No, it's on the NHS.
Well, they've worked out.
No, it doesn't cost you anything. It's on the National Health Service.
No, he's saying having children,
I mean,
not...
raising children.
Not the drugs. I know a guy that can get it for a favour.
Yeah, to raise the child is something that the average they've had through its lifetime is £200,000.
Yeah.
And that's not factoring in daddy's drinking, daddy's gambling.
It's all worthwhile when they turn 13 and tell you that they hate you and wish you were dead.
But then they'll look after you.
I'll fast-track that.
They'll look after you when you're old.
What?
When you're old, they'll look after you. All the money that you've paid out, they'll have to
I'm
give
going to
you.
use the money I saved to look after me. Although I don't have kids, because tragically my girlfriend and I can't have children the way we do it. Let's see whether having children is one of the most important moments in life. I have a feeling it will be. Yes, of course. Number one. Yes, having children. Doctors warn women should have a baby by the age of 35 to avoid the risk of being deafened by their ticking biological clock. OK, fingers on buzzers. One more thing to get.
You never really forget, like, the day I passed my driving test, probably the most significant. Because then you can go anywhere, can't you? Get the motor running. I mean, it won't surprise anyone to learn that I received a minor on my driving test for excessive caution. That's right, ladies. Really annoyed me. You know you're a fanny when on your driving test the instructor's saying, so when I tap the dashboard, I want you to slow down, but for the rest of the time, can you friggin' strap on a pair and just put your foot down?
I think it's a big time for, you know, teenagers passing their test. I just think it's a very strange thing that we pick that time in life to give kids the opportunity to drive. You know, it's the most sort of hormonally volatile you can be. So are you emotionally insecure and randomly aggressive? Here, have a machine that can kill yourself and others. You know, like
When can you apply for your provisional licence?
I do drive a car, mate. I drive a Polo 1.2. It's blue.
And you've got a rhyme
take
as
that.
well.
Yeah, exactly.
I drive a Ford Fiesta. It's Spanish for party.
I feel completely left out.
Do you drive?
I've never passed my driving test. I took it once and failed it so appallingly badly, I said I'm never, ever going to drive again, and I haven't.
I respect you for that. I think if you fail your test 3 times, you should be banned for at least 10 years. People think they have a right to drive, and they're like, well, I'll get there in the end. Well, you're clearly shit at this. You have to be told to stop now. Like, I failed 6 times, but then I passed on the 7th. Well, you're probably still shit.
Do you drive, Sarah?
Yeah, I passed second time. Apparently all the safest drivers are those who pass the second time. But I drove into oncoming traffic in my first one. But I didn't on the second one. But they don't teach you everything that you really need to learn to drive in the lessons. They don't teach you, like, how to balance all your snacks on the passenger seat.
Open the crisps when you're at the services, because it's difficult to open them when you're driving along.
Yeah, but I can't open a bottle between my thighs.
She can.
Really impressive if it's one of those Grolsch bottles. Shame my house here for that.
I think there should be different levels of test as well. I think there should be a test that you can drive without the radio on, and then there should be another test where you could drive looking at a text, making a phone call, chatting to your friends, and then there should be a high-level test where you're so good you can have a few drinks. Okay, learning to drive. Let's have a look and see whether it's one of the most important moments in life. Yes, learning to drive. The Institute of Driving Instructors recommend taking 44 lessons before you attempt your test, in much the same way that McVitie's recommend you eat a lot of biscuits. So at the end of that round, Sean, Sarah and Lorraine have 2 points. John, Christian and Tom have 1. So our next round is pick of the polls. John, Christian, Tom, what do you fancy answering on?
Be a shame not to have the man who's ill while we have someone who can help him.
Yes. Most people would rather diagnose themselves on the internet than visit a doctor. Is that true or false?
I think that is definitely true, yeah.
Do people come into the surgery now and go, oh, well, I know you're a doctor, but I'm pretty sure I've read about this, I know exactly what it is?
They bring printouts. Great sheaths of printouts of proof that they've got rare Unga Bunga disease and they know it all about it. And
is there Unga Bunga going around?
Yeah.
The reason I would self-diagnose is because if you think you're ill, a doctor's surgery is going to make you iller, whereas you're not going to catch anything surfing around on the internet. So I still don't understand why doctor surgeries are the way they are. In the way we've evolved, there's still a room where you go, get all the sick people in a small room and leave them there for hours with heat and nothing to do but cough and phlegm all over everyone.
Yeah, but they've got a yachting magazine for you to protect yourself.
The worst thing is doctors diagnosing themselves. I've done it many times.
Well, how do you mean? What have you thought
Well, I've nearly killed myself from appendicitis by ignoring it for a week, convincing myself it's just a bit of trap wind, I'll be all right. Until I was like, I couldn't walk like this. I had to drag myself to hospital with a galloping peritonitis, so...
That's not great.
Not great.
People still come to see you.
Not a good advert for my senses.
Imagine if it had been trapped wind, though, the relief after a week. It's worth the gamble there, though, isn't it? Just...
Tom, have you ever looked anything up on the internet when you've had a, I know you've just gone through puberty and stuff. So have you looked things up?
Strange things happen to my body. I'd definitely self-diagnose if I had the choice, because it would scare me if I did come to you, sir, and I had something exciting. You just stick it on the telly for everyone to look at.
Do you now meet patients and you look at it and you go, ooh, do you want to be on telly? That is amazing. That is TV gold, because that is a disgrace. It's like a badger that's been hit with a shotgun, my God.
Can I just say that when I was doing my show, Friday Night Dinner, the show before that was Embarrassing Bodies, right? So it was my first time on telly, and I was really excited, and I get all my friends to gather around and watch it, and if they tuned in 10 minutes early, they were looking at someone's septic bell end. It's like, my grandma ringing up, going, Tom, is that you? No, Grandma, it's not. Give me 10 minutes.
They're going, I know you said you'd be on telly. What is the matter with you?
And I've kind of been blessed as well with the guests today, because Lorraine Kelly as well. Don't know whether you know this at all, but we kind of lived in the same village for like 16 years. Do you know my parents? You know Chrissy and Jim Rosenthal? Do you know them at all? Yeah, they're my mum and dad.
Are you the wee boy? Oh, that's so sweet.
So, like...
Oh, we had cheese and wine bar.
But when I look at you now, you do look like your daddy.
Exactly. Oh, I've got a story as well. My mum told me this. My mum told me this story, that my dad is like, as you can testify, is like a semi-celebrity in his own right. He's like a sports presenter, and they were opening the new post office, Sam and Rhonda's.
Sam and Rhonda's? Absolutely.
You know Sam and Rhonda from the post office.
They're not here anymore, though, they left.
So it's been happening on the internet.
No, Jim Rosenthal was booked in to open the post office, basically, until Lorraine Kelly became available. So my dad got shafted, sat in the living room going, what has Lorraine Kelly got that I do not?
I imagine he'll recover now, watching his own son on TV going, my dad's a semi-celebrity and he's...
That's lovely. Oh, that's really... Isn't he gorgeous? He's really sweet.
Yes, you are. Who's a pretty boy? Yes, you are. OK, so most people would rather diagnose themselves on the internet than visit a doctor.
I like to ask a few people. If you get, like, best of 5, if 3 people think you should go to the doctors out of 5, then you go to the doctors and you just lob it out, get a few people to have a look.
Lob it out?
Yeah. And then,
Yeah, show a few people first. Because you must get annoyed with people going to the doctors that have got nothing as well. You must get annoyed by people turning up and going, have a look at this.
Do you think people turn up and just show up?
Have you got the feeling that anyone's just shown up and gone, have a look at this? Yeah. That is a corker, isn't it? You don't see many like that, do you? That is perfect. You want to take a picture?
It's happened to a colleague of mine. She had to do an examination on a chap when she was a student, and thought you had to examine the willy when it was hard, not floppy. So it was sort of best said to this man. I don't know who told her this. I think someone had wound her
Whoever
up
did
as a
should get a
gag.
special prize. I just have to examine you here.
Not really. But basically did just that.
What? How do you give it? I just have to wake him up.
And it was an elderly gentleman who was examining.
Who couldn't believe his luck.
Except that it took an awful long time to get there. I think another one of us students possibly had told her that this was the way you examine it.
And did she,
OK, so most people would rather diagnose themselves on the internet than visit a doctor. True or false? What do you think?
True, definitely true.
If the man says true, we go true.
Yeah, OK, what do you think?
I don't know. I think I'd rather see a person. It's like, you know, when you go into supermarkets and they want you to go in that machine with your shopping. I hate that. I like to see a person. I've actually stood in the supermarket and said, can I please see a person? Because I can't get it to work.
Oh, she's saying person.
Person.
Right, we'll go false then.
I don't know.
Go false, OK. So I can tell you the answer is false.
Well
yeah.
done, Lorraine.
66% of people would rather visit a doctor. If I get diagnosed on the internet, I always make sure I get a second opinion from CFAX. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your question. Best way to patronise someone?
Is it to ask them if they know what patronise means?
I always find the words, hey guys, do the trick. Especially on a note. You're leaving a note out, just want to, hey guys. Think it's best we wash our own mugs after...
That is a note that you've written.
That's exactly, yeah. It's a note I've written several times because people never learn. Tried physical violence and they move out. If you see anyone moving around with 4 little dots on their head, they've had what I call the fork lesson.
Best way to patronise someone, what do you think? Because people often think doctors are a little bit patronising.
Yeah.
Very good, very good.
He nailed that!
You know, in restaurants, they're sommeliers, and it's part of their job is to be patronising. Going, well, I think I can recommend probably you might choose or be in your price bracket. This wine, sir. And whenever they do that, I always do the same thing. After they've said, I recommend this wine, I go, thank you very much. And then I go, go on, run along.
Can I ask what a sommelier is? Because they don't have them in Nando's.
Somalian.
I thought you said Somalian at first. I just have pop and that, so that's why that hasn't come up.
Pop.
Pop.
You don't have a pop melier?
Pop melier. No.
Can I suggest the 7-Up with the
the
family bucket?
OK, so best way to patronise someone. I'll give you a clue. It suggests they're stupid.
Talk slowly to them.
Talk slowly is second. It implies you know more than they do.
I know more than you.
No, it's much more on the nose
Right,
rude.
Okay. Go fuck yourself, a-hole. Yeah.
I will tell you. The best way to patronise someone is to say, you wouldn't understand.
Ah, OK.
When you patronise someone, you talk down to them nicely, whereas condescension can be quite rude. You got that, fuckwits? Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are 2 points for Sean's team and 2 points for John's team. Everyone's a winner. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. If you want more, tune in to 8 out of 10 Cats Uncut on Saturday. That's it from us. Good night.
10 Cats. Mr. Saturday Night, it's Vernon Kay. Hey Joe, it's Joe Wilkinson. And their team captain, John Locke. And facing them tonight, another vowel please, it's Rachel Riley. Rock and roll comedian, it's Tim Minchin. And their team captain, John Richardson. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy
Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 29% of women under 30 say they want the perfect body? Well, here it is, ladies. Come and get it. 79% of people say they feel guilty putting recyclables in the bin. I get round it by placing my recyclables in a paper bag and throwing that in a hedge. And the average woman walks 7,000 miles in her lifetime whilst hoovering. And that statistic is brought to you by the year 1953. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 3 most popular talking points. John's team, what do you think people have been talking about this week?
Oh, it's got to be X Factor, hasn't it?
X Factor.
Who's your favourite?
I like the 2 groups that are left and Sophie Habibis. I think they're really good.
I like her name, Habibis.
Yeah. She's good.
Habibis. It sounds like an excellent chain of hotels. Oh, where are you staying? The Habibis.
The makeup's gone a little bit crazy and all the clothes, and they've kind of turned them all into Lady Gaga. It's a bit weird this year.
You have to put a lot of makeup on and things to distract from their personalities, though, because it's human.
What are you saying?
My big bugbear with the X Factor, it's created a generation of British audiences who can't hear a sentence and not react to it. You're not allowed to just say, well, I thought it was quite good, but you need to get better. And just have people go, I fundamentally agree with that. Everything is either, boo, or I tried to watch it, but they just go along the line, and it's boo, cheer, whatever the one is to go, I don't really like fish. Boo. But I do like fish.
I don't mind the X Factor at all. My only problem with it is it's on telly. I think, but it's just the start of it. It's such a big build-up. You know, you have these explosions like... and then there's all the judges arriving in helicopters and by speedboat, and all the names are coming down like biblical tablets. You have 4 months of that, and you end up with Matt Cardle.
The beginning of the show looks like if you tuned in and you hadn't heard of it before, you think, oh, the world's ended. Yes, yeah. Oh no, the world's ended and it's been covered on ITV. Dun dun dun.
That's how those televised debates should have started during the election.
Yeah.
Something like that. Big music, fireworks. It's David Cameron!
Do you watch it? You must watch it, yeah?
To be honest with you, I've never seen an episode of The X Factor.
Because you... Well, no, because...
No, it's not banned, because my wife, Tess Daly, she works on...
That's where I know you from.
But Strictly Come Dancing is on kind of before and a little bit during the X Factor. So I watch it with the kids, and then when X Factor's on, I'm putting the kids to bed. And by the time all that routine is finished, it's finished.
You could video it.
No.
What I think, sorry, is that it's not as good, apparently, because there's no nasty judge. Like Gary Barlow, he's supposed to be the nasty one. But he looks like he's just such a nice bloke. He should be judging chutneys at a village fete. It's spicy. It's spicy. It's very nice, that.
I miss Simon Cowell being on it, because he was horrible, and I liked that. Because he knew that crushing people's dreams made good telly. Yeah. And I think he should have his own show called Crushing People's Dreams, where he goes around giving people bad news, like, oh, unfortunately your shed's been broken into. Stuff like that.
That's not actually a dream, is it?
That gives you a terrifying glimpse into Joe's life there. He's gone, my dream of my shed not being broken into.
Yeah, Joe's dream is to have an unbroken into shed.
Four times.
Really?
Breaks your heart. I have to keep me spade in the hallway.
I imagine that for a man with your facial appearance, having a spade in the hallway doesn't frighten guests at all.
I think it'd be a much better show if they got rid of the singing, just get rid of the singing, and just people got up and just told sad life stories.
Yeah, I do like it. I enjoy a tragic backstory as much as the next
What have you got
man.
for us this week? My nan died. Well, that's not going to keep you on till next Saturday. Your shed was broken into. You're through. Where have all, you think about it, where do all the contestants go? Because if you think about it, it's Big Brother, Britain's Got Talent, X Factor. Where are all these contestants? And I reckon in about 50 years' time, we'll find like a mass grave of all the celebrity contestants. People going, oh, just found Michelle McManus.
Well, surprisingly, that's not one of our top 3 talking points. But my top tip for the series, Frankie Kokoza, has the drive, certainly, but does he have the natural talent of a Sophie Habibis? Sean?
Oh, yeah.
Sean's team, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
The Dale Farm.
Oh.
The evictions from Dale Farm. I turned on my television and I just saw these caravans on fire and these travellers running across fields crying. I thought it was a Top Gear special. I expect to see Richard Hammond in a bulldozer going... And then James May in a biplane swooping on him like that.
I built my own tank.
Clarkson could have borrowed that tunnelling machine that did the Channel Tunnel and he just comes up from underneath.
I find it very difficult to see the serious side of any story in which someone gets tasered. If I had the ability to taser... If you knew you could taser people and you're supposed to give a warning, you wouldn't give a proper warning, would you? If you do not desist, I will... If you say what? What?
Mate, so what do you think of the Dale Farm evictions?
Well, I find that all we ask of travellers is to travel.
They chained themselves to the gate, didn't they? They chained to the front gate, and I just thought, well, give them the gate. Everything else, just give them the gate.
But what I want to know is, what are the Caravan Club doing about this? They're standing on the sidelines watching caravans get burnt. They're like the RSPCA for caravans, they are. They should be out there protecting caravans.
OK, let's have a look and see whether Dale Farm is up there. Okay. Yes, the Dale Farm saga continues. Wouldn't it be an idea if, instead of throwing bricks at the police, they held on to a few of them and built a house? OK, fingers on buzzers, 2 more things to get.
Yeah.
Go, Sean.
Is it the collapse of the Blackberry messaging system?
They had what they described as a catastrophic outage. I had one of those once after a reheated prawn curry.
I'm not on Blackberry, so I didn't experience any of the tragedy that befell millions of people where they couldn't go, I'm in the bath. It seems quite serious.
It was pretty bad. I mean, it went down for 3 days, no Blackberry.
It's not massively serious, is it, when you sum it up? It's not. It's a very first world problem. Limited web surfing capability for 3... Not like Africa are watching the news going, we should do something, because they cannot see someone and go, oh, what was he in? Knackered.
It's gone a bit mad, though, isn't it? Because, 3 days without email. I remember when the height of technology was like a calculator on your ruler. Can't believe believe they put it on a ruler.
And you've sellotape it.
Yeah. 270. And when you had a watch with a light.
The thing...
Apparently...
I found the Blackberry, I haven't got one, but I find the annoying thing about them is when people have got Blackberries, because now people talk about Blackberries and Apple phones as if they're the Beatles and the Stones, or mods and rockers. it's tribal. And people with Blackberries always go, yeah, it's better for email, though. But on my phone, I can send and receive email. I don't know how much better it gets.
That's the weird thing is they're rivals, you know, the Apple or Blackberry, but in a crumble, they're harmony.
Let's have a look and see whether Blackberry is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, the Blackberry email system failed several times in the past week. You'd have thought Steve Jobs' ghost would have had better things to do. Right, fingers on buzzers, one more thing to get. John's team.
Well, there's been a parliamentary probe this week.
Another one.
It's got Liam Fox into a lot of trouble.
There is this weird thing it's sort of the unsaid thing in the paper, isn't it? That Adam Werrity and Liam Fox have been doing it.
It's more that they got to a point where they tried to report it as a news, because it's a big news story that, you know, someone's been gaining access to Parliament, basically, and lobbying for arms deals that he has nothing to do with. And they tried to report all that, and people went, yeah. And then in the middle of the week, they just went, and they might be doing it with each other.
Are they saying it overtly, though, the press?
No.
Say it?
There's a rumour that Liam Fox is gay, but he's denied it and he's a married man, so... What do you make of this? What do you make of Liam Fox resigning?
Well, I don't know. What I find funny about it is that... is the Defence Secretary has got himself in a situation where his friend is a non-executive director of a so-called charitable organisation which has been funded by right-wing American businessmen, while at the same time, right, he's posing as an advisor to the MOD while pursuing his own paid lobbying agenda. I mean, stuff like that, you can't make it up. It's just... I was laughing about it with the wife this morning. I was going, oh, can you believe what they did? I mean, the more you think about it, the more you just go,
Every day something new comes on it. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, he's a flamboyant man in his 50s. He wants to go away, wants to take a friend.
Buddy along.
He's bringing a friend on holiday, staying in the same hotel. Where's the problem there?
But the thing is, you don't bring your friends to work unless you're a plumber. It's a well-known role as a plumber's mate. There's no well-known role as, hello, what do you do? I'm a Defence Secretary's mate.
I just help him get stuff from the van, you know.
But do you think they ever had a chat and said to each other, listen, you come with me, we'll have a bit of a laugh, we'll go around the world, we'll set up a company, we'll get on the blag, we'll get a little bit of this, a little bit of that, we'll get away with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just weird, it's bizarre.
They must have had that conversation at some stage,
They must
I would imagine.
They don't apologise, do they? The Tories, they're very good at using like a long speech in which not once did he say, I done it, soz. And he started off by saying, I just want you to know that last week I saw a man whose kids were dead. So let's get this in perspective.
Yeah, that was incredible.
If you get busted at work, you're not allowed to do it. I just want you to know, someone got stabbed in town last night, so...
Cameron said that he resigned with dignity, didn't he? Which really annoys me. I want to see one go mental. Smash his office up, you know. Call Cameron a wanker and then shit in his yucca plant.
Let's have a look and see whether Liam Fox is up there. So those were the most talked about stories this week. But in other news, Steps are at the top of the album chart, having announced they're reforming. All they need now is to find a mutually convenient time when all of the bandmates are available. Basically, they've got to choose between tomorrow and every other day in the future. So at the end of that round, Sean, Joe and Vernon have 2 points. John, Rachel and Tim have 1. So next round is pick of the polls. John, Rachel, Tim, what do you want to answer a question on?
Can we have the lady with the knife and fork? She looks angry about what's about to happen, and I want to find out why.
OK, all right. Well, your related question, OK? Worst thing on a date, a fussy eater or someone who drinks too much?
If they're a fussy eater, you can just eat their food. Done. I'm happy.
So that would be a good thing for you, a positive
That'd be
thing.
fine, as long as they actually go to the restaurant to start with, because I did go out with someone that would only eat, like, yellow stuff. When I was young, he'd only eat, like, chicken nuggets and chips, so...
So you go out to a restaurant and you go, do you have anything yellow?
Would you go to a custard house? One of London's very
that's the
fine
problem.
custard houses.
How many dates did you have with this guy?
I went out with him for 3 years.
John, are you a fussy eater?
No, I'm fairly easygoing. It's the drinking that concerns me. They have to drink. Especially on a date where it's awkward anyway. You don't want someone who's going to remember it.
Non-drinkers are difficult. I respect their decision to not drink, but it makes life very, very hard. It's like having a different religion. It's fine, they can crack on with it, but I don't want to be with them, so...
I find a heavy drinker on a date very much a positive. Well, if they're hammered, you know...
It's kind of different for the man
It's a
or the
clincher.
women.
Yeah.
The men might try and push drinks on the women, but if the woman can't really do anything with the drunk man.
Yes, you can.
I went on a stag do once to Edinburgh, right? The stag was a very, very dear friend of mine. And this is a prime example of alcohol makes you go over the line, right? We're watching the FA Cup final between Liverpool and Arsenal. Half-time, we're all sat around having a couple of pints. My mate turns around and says, "It's boring, this, isn't it?" I'm like, "Yeah, pretty much. Give me 5 minutes." And he went upstairs and he came down in his dressing gown with a can of deodorant. And he just got on the microphone, you know, like they do in a local pub. He went, "Ladies and gentlemen, the human fireball!" And he sprayed himself in deodorant and lit it. And then he got the belt from the robe. The human fireball would like to introduce to you the helicopter. So he got the belt from his dressing gown, wrapped it around his penis, and then pulled it really fast, and his willy went...
I thought we agreed we were never going to talk about this afterwards.
What alcohol does, it brings out the competition element of the male. So what happened next was that another friend said, "Well, watch this. Everyone give me your coppers." So everyone coppered up. You know, like, you won't know about that because you're posh. So everyone put, like, the pennies in and the 2p's. He put 83 pence in pennies down his foreskin. Yeah. And then he started coughing and they all individually dropped out. Now, that's a party trick.
How did he find out he could do that?
Because he was drunk, Jimmy!
You sure it wasn't Darren Brown stag do?
OK, all right, so what's worse on a date, a fussy eater or someone who drinks too much?
We're going to go fussy eater.
Booze.
Someone who will only eat booze.
What are you going for?
We're going for someone who drinks too much.
OK. Sean, what are you going to go for?
Probably heavy drinking is worse.
I can tell you, you are right. Yes! 63% of people said someone who drinks too much is worse than a fussy eater. I think a fussy eater is worse. If she won't put that in her mouth, she's not going to like what I've got planned for dessert. Oh, this tastes of coppers. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your question. Top reason people are jealous of their friends.
I've got a mate who works at a Marmite factory.
Yeah.
He's always the talk of the town, so...
Yeah. Some people love him, some people...
No, we all love him.
So I'm jealous of is Joe's beard. I can't grow a beard.
Me neither.
I can't. And if even 2 weeks, I just look like a sort of, really old tennis ball. Patchy and bits there. I mean, you could just probably knock that out in a couple of hours, can you? Yeah.
You're looking at that through rose-tinted glasses, though, because Joe can't go to playgrounds, for example.
I've got a mate who lives right opposite the station. You can see the trains coming in.
Living the dream. Living the dream.
I've got a mate. You're going to hate this, with a padlock on his shed.
I'm jealous of my friend who can get 82p up his foreskin.
I can beat him. I can put a pound down there.
Are you jealous of any of your friends?
I can't get up in the morning and I'm just a really lazy person.
I'm jealous of her for not having to get up in the morning. There you go. Sleep until midday, lovely. We there?
Really lazy.
I'm jealous of anyone with a foreskin. That was different, that's not you.
You were, though. You'd be the world's #1 tranny, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would be an amazing tranny.
Yeah.
So you've got to have a dream.
See, this is it. I just don't know how to talk to women. I would never think to say that to a lady. You watch it done.
With women.
You watch it done and you think,
oh,
yeah.
A woman say, you're so beautiful, you'd make an amazing tranny.
Slightly ironic coming from Tim, I think.
Yeah.
You have slightly the demeanour of the world's worst.
Yeah, I just always forget to shave.
No, here's the world's worst. I can do something which will make you all jealous, especially Joe. Look, I can do this.
Whoa! Forget Joe, that's amazing!
Is that the Olympic symbol?
What?
Joe.
Yeah.
He's just trying to make sure I know.
That is amazing. Look at the amount of people in our audience currently going...
Do you start from the little one and work forward?
If you've just tuned in, we've got mental. OK, so top reason people are jealous of their friends. I'll give you a clue, it's a really superficial thing.
Yeah, it'll be money or having a hot girlfriend, boyfriend.
Hair's not far off.
Hair, looks.
Looks.
Noses.
Long arms.
Long arms.
Skinnier is the right answer.
What?
She got the right answer. Skinnier. Yeah, that's... Apparently the top reason people are jealous of their friends is because they're thinner. Victoria Beckham's so thin, she's got to be careful when she has a bath, because if the water's too hot, she could turn into stock. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Joe and Vernon have 3 points, and John, Rachel and Tim have 3 points, which means it's a draw. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. If you want more, tune in tomorrow night for 8 out of 10 Cats Uncut. That's it from us. Good night.
It's Joe Wilkinson and their team captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, Shappy Days, it's Shappy Corsandi. Welsh Wonder, it's Ellis James. And their team captain, John Richardson. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy
Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, male sparrows chirp insults at each other when trying to attract a mate? Mainly, you looking at my bird? 68% of teenagers say they've changed their eating habits as the result of celebrity chefs. They say celebrity chefs, they mean Ronald McDonald and Colonel Sanders. And 4% of the British population say they might be bisexual. Well, you either are or you aren't. You can't have it both ways. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 3 most popular talking points. Sean's team, what do you think the nation have been talking about this week?
X Factor?
Have you been talking about X Factor? What's been going on X Factor? Tell me everything.
There's been the bullying with Misha and whoever else she was doing it with.
It's Misha B, isn't it?
Yeah, Misha B, you get me. I love Misha B, though.
You love Misha B?
Yeah, I don't think it was bullying. I think it was just showbiz banter. She was meant to be bullying Sammy.
Sammy,
but Sammy said she wasn't. Sammy said, look, I'm 6'2", 20 stone.
Who said this?
Sammy.
Could you say that again, please?
Yeah, Sammy.
Sorry, who was it?
Look, if you want me to spit at you, I said Sammy. I said Sammy, Sammy, Sammy.
Ironic that we're talking about bullying as I do this. Say Sammy again, I like it.
Sammy. So, all that...
I should just say, because I was teasing you a little bit
Yeah.
there, if you're being bullied because you've got a speech impediment, there are people you can talk to. But it will take fucking ages and they may be
But Sammy said on This Morning that she weren't bullying me. Look, I can handle myself. Look at me. I'm 6'2", whatever, with the heels on, I think that is. If she's 6'2" without heels, that's a worry. No wonder she took her shoes off when she done the final song on X Factor. Because, honestly, getting excited when you're 6'2" in a bad pair of heels is awful. I would have bullied her as well in that dress. Because, really, I mean, going out there in that... Did you see it? It had that, like, sort of leather bit in the middle, which wasn't right. I know she can't, you know, you can blame the stylist for that. But anyway, so apparently... she was...
Just got to say, here's some full stops if you want to use them.
So Sammy's saying they weren't bullying anyone, but Misha's being accused of bullying, which is, you know, it's a serious thing.
Yeah, but I mean, I personally don't. I think that it should have stayed backstage. I don't think it should have been brought up front. Do you know what I mean? It should have stayed back... Because that's what happens. That's show business, isn't it? I mean, before someone goes out, you say to them, you know, do I look nice? If you're in... You can... I'll get the... I've just got on your paper now. I've got a stutter as well.
Now Sean's got to get tested. Back to X Factor.
I personally think it was, like I say, just backstage. If you're in competition with someone and they say, you know, before you go and say, oh, how do I look? You say, like, fucking shit. You know, you want them to feel bad, and that's what I think it is.
Sorry, Joe, he didn't.
He did say that.
He was right that time, wasn't he?
So I don't know. I don't know.
I love the fact that Joe and Louis are on the same team. It's just...
Two peas in a pod. I've been
biology teacher, isn't he?
They're all rubbish, though. They're so... The Misha girls, all right. Sammy, who went out, she said, oh, I'm still going to sing for the rest of my life. I bet you are. Do-do-do-do-do. Frankie Kokoza is the most objectionable human I think I've seen on anything.
No!
He's worse than Gaddafi, I'm going to say it now.
Let's have a look and see if the X Factor is up there. Yes, indeed. Yes, the X Factor bullying scandal has been in the news. They should have kept Sammy in, not because she's good, but to help balance the stage when Craig is on the other side. John, Chappie, Alice, what else have people been talking about this week?
Libya is free. No? All right. Well, it's one of those things you get over quite quickly. I was glad on the video to see it was definitely him, because I read in the paper they said that the man they'd shot lived on his own in a house with no electricity. He was living on ready meals, and all he had was a Liverpool FC mug and a signed picture of himself on the wall. And I thought, they've shot John Parrott.
I reckon he asked himself for a picture of himself. Can you imagine that? Oh, can I please have a signed photo of you? Not now, I'm eating. OK, I'll wait. He was that bonkers.
Or if he was bidding for his own signed photo on eBay.
I bid for his body on eBay. I thought you could. Because he was in this cold meat stall. And everyone was going to take photos with this dead body, and that's like redefining the word fridge magnet.
And it's the ultimate Facebook profile photo. You and a dead Gaddafi going...
When I heard Gaddafi was shot, the first thing I thought about was I wondered what they were going to do with his waxwork model in Madame Tussauds. Because it's really good.
It's just got better as they left it closer to the heater. He had a lot of work done, didn't he?
Yeah.
Would you ever consider going down that road?
Looking like Gaddafi?
Well...
You've had dick, darling, but I ain't been a dictator.
You should put that to music. I'm a dick, darling, but I've never been a dictator.
No, I wouldn't. Well, I would.
Have you ever had any work done?
Yes.
What have you had done?
Oh, no, only Botox.
I've had Botox as well.
Have you?
Yeah, I didn't. I was not on me.
You should get your money back.
I didn't. Have, I didn't have it.
Do that again? That's extraordinary.
I know. Yeah, I make Ramsey look like Hannah Montana. They had a funeral for him. I like it. They had a funeral and they buried him in the desert, and they said, in respectful of Islamic traditions, which they did. The last time they did that was with Osama. They just kicked him off an aircraft carrier. When they catch Assad, they're going to cover him in Bovril, fire him out of a cannon into a lion's enclosure. Go, well, that is respectful of Islamic traditions. That's what they do.
We're really missing a trick by because I don't think there was a point when we hadn't caught any of them, and now like Hussein and Bin Laden. And I think if we had them all, you just make an amazing Big Brother to end on. Unbelievable. Osama is in the dairy room. Saddam Hussein is on the beanbags. Trying to fundamentalise Kerry Couture.
Let's have a look and see if Gaddafi is one of the most talked about things this week. Of course. Of course. Yes, this is the news that Libya is free now Colonel Gaddafi has been killed. I was horrified when I saw those awful pictures of his smashed-in face, and then they shot him. Sean's team.
The Queen. Did they talk about the Queen? She's basically on an official visit to Australia to apologise for what Elizabeth Hurley's done to Shane Warne.
I like the fact that if Liz Hurley and Shane Warne get married, it'll be the bride and overgroomed.
Yeah. She's basically, we've turned him into a woman. We apologise for that. He's now completely waxed. In fact, we've laminated him. She's gone over there. And she was mooned at. Apparently some Aussie...
Some arsehole.
Yeah. They were mooned at her, and people there were shocked. They said, oh, the Queen's been mooned at. You're thinking, well, the Queen, she's seen everything. She's got 8 corgis, for Christ's sake. The stuff she's seen like brother on sister, father on son. She's just seen it all. It's just disgusting. She goes, Benji, you can't be doing that to Martha. She's seen it all over the years.
She gets for doing ordinary stuff.
Yeah.
Because the papers go, well, basically reporting that she's on a jolly for 10 days, getting flown around the world, smiling at people and shaking hands. So they go, yeah, but she's worn that dress before.
Yeah.
Go, well, whoopee shit. I've had these pants on for a month. Nothing.
But you know what happens to the Queen's clothes? The reason they're surprised is all her clothes get ruined by corgis. She goes up to the bedroom, the corgis just rip them off. Just strip her naked with the corgi.
Prince Philip's there going, thank you, my pretties.
Yeah. I don't understand why she's gone on a state visit, which is supposedly like, you know, because you're ours, so I'm going to pop over and check you're not screwing it up. And that's like your boss phoning ahead and saying, I'm going to come in tomorrow. Think, right, well, I'll turn up. If she's going to go, she should have to go as, like, the secret millionaire and just, like, with a cap on, get a budget flight out, just, like, a cap pair of jeans and just sit in a bar going, so, what do you think of this bloody Queen, then?
That is an amazing Queen doing Australian. Do that again, that's an incredible...
I've seen that bloody Crocodile Dundee on the plane over here. Bloody racist, that, I think.
I would go as far as to say you should stop using any other voice.
I went to Australia. I didn't find them very welcoming because I'm quite fair-skinned and wearing shorts was a big deal. So on the first day I was there, I walked into a cafe and the guy behind the counter looked up at me and went, I don't know where it is you're from, mate, but I'm guessing it's winter there.
I'm from Wales. It's been winter there for years.
Surely as a Welshman you've been called worse things than that.
Oh yeah, but you know, it was so precise. He'd seen my thighs and thought, I'm going to take the piss out of that guy. Look at his skin.
Very good accent. Can you put the bit of Queen on that?
What if the Queen was doing that?
What do you think of
Hang on, she's from Hong Kong. My I can tell you that's not one of the most talked about things this week. But the Queen, as head of state, is obviously staying in Australia's most prestigious hotel, Lassiter's. John, Chappie, Alice, what else have people been talking about this week?
They're having meetings to sort out the European debt, but they can't stop bickering. Angela Merkel is basically the one who's trying to fix it all, and Silvio Berlusconi called her una colonna inchiavabile, which means an unshaggable lard arse. It just proves that if English were Italian, men would get away with a lot more. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it?
Someone in the press I read said that the relationships between the European leaders is at an all-time low. I thought, well, not really. In 1939, it was a lot worse. What do you think about it, Joe?
I think it's great.
Yeah?
Yeah, looking forward to...
That's the wrong answer.
Oh, shit.
It's the Eurozone crisis.
Hoping to get a point for that. Like Sarkozy's sort of involved in it quite a lot, and I just keep thinking about his wife. She's well fit. And I feel like he must be in this meeting going, oh, come on. I want to get home and... Eurozone, but oh god, it's
You've really sort of got into the psyche of a French man, I feel.
The Belgian finance minister left one meeting early because he had tickets to see Tintin. And I like the idea that when he was excusing himself, they're like, right, OK, what are we going to talk? We need to sort this out with the Greeks. And he was like, I need to shoot off. Because it's Orange Wednesday.
Let's have a look and see if the Eurozone crisis is one of the most talked about things this week. So at the end of the round, Sean, Joe and Louis have 1 point. John, Chappie and Alice have 2. Our next round is pick of the polls. Sean, Joe, Louis, what do you like the look of?
I don't know, I can't see.
I'm going to speak for you, Louis, and go for the man dancing.
OK.
It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
OK?
Yeah.
OK, do you want to sit down now?
I couldn't see from there, that's why.
I know, yeah.
No, not at all, no.
But this is your related question. Most people think being a bad dancer is more embarrassing than being bad at sport. True or false?
I'm brilliant at both. I couldn't tell you if I'm a better dancer or a better footballer.
Really?
Yeah, I'm just outstanding at both.
What form of dance suits your moves best?
I can only dance to reggae. It's like an affliction. If it starts, I just dance, and I can only stop if someone turns it down.
Yeah. It just sort of wrestles you to the ground.
Yeah. But I'm stronger than I look, so I get up.
I did that Let's Dance for Comic Relief. I did Hey Mickey, and I didn't get into the final. I worked so hard on that. I worked harder on that than I did in my A-levels.
Yeah, I watched that. You're crap, that's why.
But right, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Sorry, can I get a saucer of milk, please? Louis' claws are out.
I practiced so hard, I actually fractured my wrist. Did you see my cartwheel?
Fractured your
I
wrist?
did that on a fractured wrist.
That wasn't
OK, and afterwards
How did you fracture your wrist practicing?
Oh, God, look.
What were you doing? What was the dance?
You go, oh, Mickey, yes, and I did it like that, Hey Mickey. In my kitchen, I have a small kitchen, and I twatted it on the kitchen handle.
Sorry, your dance, I didn't see it, but your dance was that? Really? And you didn't get through to the final? You were robbed. That's amazing.
That's what they do at Heathrow to direct planes.
Oh, you all right, love? Just having a dance. Louis, when you watch other people dance, are you critical? Like when you see...
No, he's not critical at fucking all, is he?
Someone needs to let it go, Chappie. Someone needs to let... Oh, even that's better than yours. I would just say let it go, it's better. So when you watch, let's say, Cheryl Cole in a dance video, do you think, oh, she's absolutely nailed that, or do you think, oh, no? Because we wouldn't know the difference.
I mean, Jerry Halliwell wasn't very good at all. When I was on tour with the Spice Girls, she weren't good.
You were on tour with the Spice Girls? Which one were you, Sporty?
No. No, I was all of them.
Because you've changed your hair, but you look better now, you look more feminine.
And I got bigger tits.
Oh, that's genuinely confusing.
Can you get milk out of those, Louis?
Yeah, big dicking.
Literally my favourite guest. Literally my favourite guest we ever have. Oh.
Any whiskey? I don't understand what's happening.
You don't understand what's happening? Yeah. I'll tell you what's happening, Joe.
Stop looking at me like that. I just thought you'd join in.
Less Buffalo Soldier and more sort of Buffalo Seizure.
OK, so let's get an answer on this question. Most people think being a bad dancer is more embarrassing than being bad at sport. True or false? What do you think?
I think it's probably true.
You think it's true? OK. What do you think, John?
Well, there's no such thing as dance, is there, really?
What, sorry?
It's just arrogant walking, isn't it?
I challenge you! You know what, Louis? I'll stick on some music, go over there, give him what for. Yeah, show him. So you said true. John, what do you think, true or false?
Well, I'm going to have to say false, because there's no such thing as dance.
He's learnt nothing this evening. OK, well, I can tell you the answer is true. Yeah, 64% of people think being a bad dancer is more embarrassing than being bad at sport. I quite often catch a girl's eye when I'm dancing, usually with my elbow. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your question. Most useful thing your parents teach you?
Alice? Cooking, cleaning, sewing. That's what I learned from my dad. My mum taught me how to make jokes based on stereotypical perceptions of gender.
That is good, though, isn't it?
My dad said, if you go to university, you get catered halls. And I asked why, and he went, before I met your mother, I lived on boiled eggs and club biscuits. And I said, what happened? And he went, I got really horrific depression. And he just left it at that.
My parents taught me this.
Oh,
wow. Do that again.
That's good.
Yeah. They taught me that. That's what they've given me.
Are they circus folk?
Sean, what did you learn from your parents?
Well, my dad, as I left home, he said, just remember this, son, the best services on the M1, Newport Pagnell. On you go.
What did your parents teach you?
Me? Price changing. Just how to take the, just how to take the label off really slowly and then change on the food, whatever you wanted. You just
take a label off from a cheaper item and place it on the item you would like to buy.
Yeah.
They scan it through. It's not shoplifting.
Yeah.
This bottle of champagne's 79 pence.
My mum taught me that there's only one lake in the Lake District.
Wow. Yeah. Your mum sounds like a bundle of laughs.
And I know which lake it is. Bassenthwaite.
It's Bassenthwaite Lake.
Yeah.
What about Windermere?
We're actually brothers.
Windermere's a mere.
We're brothers. We share a mother.
Sorry, what's a mere?
A mere's, it's not a lake, but it's a different type of water. It's a mere.
It's a different type of water. A smaller version of a sea with no salt in it. It's a lake, mate. Where's your mum? Get her here now.
I don't like the way you said that. Poor up. She's watching this. Yeah. I apologise for what they've said about you, and I enjoy my lake fact, and I use it at parties.
OK, I'll give you a clue. It's to do with spending.
Always marry into money.
Don't get in debt.
What, you're pretty close with that.
Well, don't get in debt. Really don't get in debt.
I'll tell you the answer. It's the value of money. My parents taught me how to be self-reliant. Even now, if something goes wrong at 2 in the morning, I'm the one that gets up and phones my agent to send someone round to fix it. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean's team have 2 points and John's team have 2 points. Everyone's a winner. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. If you want more, tune in tomorrow night to 8 out of 10 Cats Uncut. That's it from us. Good night.
On 8 out of 10 Cats. Something for the weekend, it's Louise Redknapp. The Kane event, it's Russell Kane. And their team captain, John Locke. And facing them tonight, wrap it up, it's Example. Stand-up guy, it's Mark Watson. And their team captain, John Richardson. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy.
Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, a survey recently revealed the average British worker spends 25 minutes on Facebook every day, and that figure rises to 4 hours if they answer the question honestly. 4 out of 10 workplace relationships result in marriage, and 6 in 10 result in a written warning about the incident in the stationery cupboard. And almost a third of men aged between 20 and 34 live at home with their parents, the most common reasons being cost, convenience, and if you're from Norfolk, sex on tap. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 3 most popular talking points. John, Mark, example. We're going to call you Elliot or example?
Call me by my real name just for this show.
OK, example.
Elliot.
Well, I watched X Factor this week, and it was very exciting because Cecil was off sick, so Nadia had to step in. Neville was in the bottom 2 because Phyllis said his song choice was all wrong. Anyway, he got saved and Humphrey's gone out. And I might have got the names wrong, but frankly, who gives a shit? Because the one I hate is Frankie Kokoza.
Oh.
They're desperate to report that he's cool in my desperate campaign against the most despicable human on earth. This week, they said, he's been out on a 12-hour bender. He went to Wetherspoons and had a few beers with his mates. Then they went to a club, he got ID'd, and they went back to a house. That's hardly like Oasis throwing a donkey through a hotel window or anything, is it? He got ID'd and he went home. That's not a bender, is it? And then he took 3 girls this week to car parks.
What?
He took them to NCP... Well, fair play. It's more expensive to take a girl to an NCP car park than a hotel.
I hate it. You've got to have no talent at all and go on there and they're awful.
Have you heard Frankie
Leona
Kokoza?
Lewis, no talent?
Well, she can sing, but that's about it.
Yeah, but she's a singer, so that's like the most important
I mean,
part.
I can't sing as good as her, but I've been struggling for years to get to this position, to get on this show.
Looking now, though.
It is a weird thing, though, because, like, from your world, from sort of, you know, if you're a rapper, could a rapper ever get anywhere
Well, it's
on
not
X
even
Factor?
rappers. Like, you know, anyone who started off from, like, you know, grassroots or underground, you know, like touring for years. Like, I've done nearly 1,500 gigs and, you know, sort of you do all these gigs. It's a bit, you know, like stand-up comedy, you know, start off at the bottom and just build your way up, and then if you're good, you get a chance at making it if you work really hard. And these guys, seemingly, just come out of nowhere on TV for a couple of months and then they've, you know, record contracts and...
A lot of them on X Factor go on to become household names, like Vanish.
I thought it was completely laughable. They had Alexandra Burke as a guest judge on there. That's like having Stevie Wonder judging Miss World, isn't it? It's like... You know, it's, you know, everyone's got an opinion. Loads of people think I'm awful, so I don't really mind.
Louis Walsh, what do you think about him?
Well, you know, he's all right. I met Louis in Dublin, and I was offered to write songs for, you know, the winners, because I can write songs.
Did you?
And he was like, "We need hits! We need hits!"
That is exactly how I imagined he said it.
We need hits, 1,000,000% hits.
From what I can look at, his job on the show seems to just be to explain where people are from and what they look like. Every time he says, "John, you're tall, you're from Ireland," and that's basically... I could probably do that, Lou. Every contestant. Sharon, you're a girl, you sing songs, you were born in 1985.
I mean, if they covered one of your songs, wouldn't that just kill it for you, your credibility as an artist?
Well, no, I mean, I'd probably have a choice in that.
Would you have a choice? Can they...
Nah.
I don't think you did.
I'd like to hear Johnny Robinson do some examples. Johnny Robinson does example.
Louise, do you love it? Do you like it?
I like it. Well, yeah, I like it. I like a good Saturday night in with a bit of Strictly and X Factor.
The Kelly thing, Kelly being ill, did you buy that? Did you...
God, no. Oh, God, no. So totally like a cover for, you know, Simon's keeping her on the back burner because he wants a bit of drama in the show. I mean, if you can't see through that, Jimmy, where have you been? Oh, my God. When she phoned in... When she phoned in with that voice?
She was
get over it.
She
What are you
was
saying?
croaking.
She was croaking.
Hello. I'm really sad. Like, she did sound ill.
Throat doesn't stop you flying, does it?
Do you reckon...
Nothing stops you flying, really.
No, you're in a
Other
plane.
than, I think if
about
you've
lack
got
of
like a,
wings?
you know, really contagious fever.
Or if you've got a bomb in your shoe.
Yeah. I've got bums in my shoes.
I can't come, I got a bomb in my shoe.
I can't come, I've been radicalised. Let me fly.
Well, surprisingly, that's not in our top 3. But Kelly Rowland was ill last week, but this week she's been attached to a drip. Louis Walsh. Sean, Louise, Russell, what have the nation been talking about this week?
Well, the thing that seems to be dominating the news is the bloody Greeks. Yeah. Bloody Greeks, isn't it? It's the Greeks.
All right, Michael Caine.
Yeah, they've been offered a bailout package, and they've said, "Oh, great, we're going to give some help. We'll help you out." They go, "Oh, thanks." They've come for help, asked for help, been offered help, and then they said, "Just check everyone's fine with having that help." But if you've broken down and somebody pulls over and offers you help, you don't go, "I'll just check with everybody in the car that they're fine travelling in your Astra."
Saying if they give this bailout to Greece, it's going to cost every family in the UK 14 grand. It's not like they're going to knock on the door going, "It's Greece, I'll come for the money." But I only earned £15,000. Well, you better start learning how to bake bread, darling.
We shouldn't give them any more money. We shouldn't give them another penny. It's not safe. It's like leaving all your savings in a clown's pocket. they just spend it.
Who decided to let Greece come into the Euro? Whose decision was that?
I don't know, I think Timmy Mamet was involved. They need to produce something, the Greeks. They need to find a way of earning the money. It's not just a bailout. They need to, you know, maybe some kind of transatlantic banana that people can ride across the Atlantic on a big banana.
They might be expelled. Like, and I just love the idea of Angela Merkel expelling Greece. You know, the German emperor going, "You have disappointed us, Greece." You're being They're Sarkozy, like an evil assistant. Yes. Get rid of them, sire.
Well, they're in trouble because I worked it out this week. You know when you work all year to get money and then you go on holiday for 2 weeks? But that's where they live.
Yeah. They're basically always on holiday.
They live on holiday.
Yeah.
So, like, they have...
That is a very, very good point.
They get through the year. They get through the year and they go, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go for 2 weeks in Swindon. I'll go work in the Motorola factory for I'm going to do all the big things. I'm going to check in, I'm going to check out, I'm going to eat in the canteen. I tell you what, you come back more tired than when you went away. I'm not going to joke.
I can't decide whether it's racist or not, but I like it.
It's really expensive to go to Greece for a holiday. You can get there cheaply, but when you're there, the food's expensive, getting in places, hotels are expensive.
You should have gone to Thomas Cook.
Straight into that one, didn't I?
In those adverts, why is Jamie playing golf with his shirt off?
Do you know, I have to take...
I don't want to play in a club where there's a man wandering around with his shirt off.
I take
Is he doing a bit of scaffolding while he was there?
He never lets me live that down, because I was like, you know, it'd be arty, it'd be cool, and I let him, he's like, OK, I'll do it, and then...
Did you tell him to do it?
I did, and he's got so much stick from that one shot of him on the beach.
Your family do everything, don't they? Do like M&S, Nintendo? Don't you do everything?
Yeah, we're grinning and banking it, example, grinning and banking it.
I've announced a European tour. Tickets available now if anyone's watching in Latvia or something. No, seriously, because there's no one watching in Europe.
No, this is...
What's the point, then?
This show's massive in Thessalonica.
Yeah, European tour's on sale now. Anyone watching in Scandinavia? We've only sold 4 tickets in Stockholm, that's the truth.
You think there's people watching in Scandinavia?
You've sold 4 tickets in Stockholm.
It's weird. It's
how big's the venue? It's like an 8-seater. You're doing the gig on the bus.
It's about 500. But I mean, if there's any Scandinavian people watching in England, maybe fly back to Stockholm next March. It'd be a good show.
I think it helps if you say it like you mean it.
Yeah. Be a really good show. On my Facebook, they're like, why aren't you coming Greece? Why aren't you coming Greece? Why aren't you coming... You know, don't discriminate against Greece because that's the only place I'm not doing in Europe. And I'm like, you know, what are you going to pay me in smash plates or something?
And so let's have a look and see if the Greek crisis is up there. Yes, the Eurozone crisis continues. The Greek Prime Minister, George Papandreou, may resign. I suppose if he does, he'll have to go back to his previous job, running the laundrette in EastEnders. Right, fingers on buzzers, 2 more things to get.
St Paul's. St Paul's protest. Have you been down there, Russell?
No.
Haven't you?
I'm not posh enough. It's just a load of like middle-class people going, let's have a Eurofile degrees and pelt St Paul's. Here's a quail's egg. Here's a tomato that's sunblushed, you mofos. Take that at the banks. Let's go back on our gap year. Brown person, photo. Back to the UK, hooray!
It does feel a little bit like that some middle-class people saw Dale Farm and thought, that looks fun.
That looks so random.
We should do that.
How random does that look, Ollie? Let's do it. Oh, my God, the Totes love it. WTF, what's going on?
I went down there to have a look. I went down there to sort of do a review for Campsite magazine. I gave it 3 stars because I said the drainage is amazing because obviously Christopher Wren knew a thing or two about. He built it on a hill. Very good drainage there as a campsite and very good entertainment facilities. You got your pubs, your sightseeing, and of course there's a chapel on site. Not much for the kiddies. Not very much needed for kiddies. And the toilet block is frankly a disgrace. I did actually go there. I didn't hang around to use the toilets. I did actually go there. And there is quite a sort of buoyant atmosphere there, but there's loads of people offering free hugs. And I went up to this girl who was offering free hugs. I said, what'd you get for a tenner? She spat on me and called me a capitalist pig. I said I'd pay 20 for that.
They're spreading. Well, the papers are reporting that, oh, it's not just London now, it's spreading, but I think they're just counting homeless people. Because they reported that there are 6 people in Birmingham. That's not a protest against global... That's the most depressing indictment of the fact that no one really cares. 6 tents in the centre of Birmingham. Bring down the capitalists.
And look, don't diss the fact it's 6 people, because, you know, poor Elliot here has got to go to Stockholm and take a fall. Let's have a look and see whether the protests at St Paul's are one of the most talked about things this week. Most talked about thing. Yes, protesters continued to camp outside St Paul's Cathedral. In response to the ongoing protests, Barclays closed its doors, Goldman Sachs gave all its profits to charity, and a flock of pigs swooped majestically across the city sky. Fingers on buzzers, one more thing to get.
Justin Bieber's meant to have fathered the child.
Yeah, but it's extraordinary because Justin Bieber's only 4. He's only 17.
He's the first, it's why it's in the papers, he's the first 4-year-old even to be alleged to have a baby.
Yeah. No, he's 17 years of age, but apparently he's had a... Why have we stopped it?
Is that one of his songs?
Is that one of his songs?
I genuinely didn't know anything he'd done. I didn't know you could get... Because they keep describing it as a romp.
Yeah.
Which makes me a bit jealous, because I don't think I've ever romped. I think I frolicked once, but I'm not sure. But as apparently it was a 30-second romp, and you certainly can't have... That's like having a 12-course snack.
Yeah. 15 seconds of that was probably untucking his vest from his Spider-Man pants.
I mean, this is the... I mean, Justin Bieber strenuously denies the allegations, but...
How do you strenuously go, no!
I didn't.
He probably doesn't even know he did it. With that hair, you know his hair, it's like a sheepdog, isn't it? He probably thought he went for a really comfy piss.
That is, well, from this day on, that is how I'm referring to sex.
Who are you?
Let's have a look and see whether Justin Bieber is up there. Well, allegedly up there. Yes, it's been alleged Justin Bieber has fathered a love child with a fan. It's alleged Bieber only had sex with a girl once and that it lasted 30 seconds. That's pathetic. I could do it twice in 30 seconds. So at the end of that round, Sean, Russell and Louise have 2 points. John, Example and Mark have 1. So next round is Pick of the Polls. Sean, Louise, Russell, pick a question.
The man with his thumbs up.
This is your related question. Most people think children today are given too much praise. True or false?
Children do get praised too much. For example, I mean, my kids, they get praised for, like, eating peas. And they eat some peas, and even they spit them out and go... Still go, oh, well done for trying the peas. 100 years ago, they'd been shoved up chimneys. And now they're going, well done, you've eaten some peas. Oh, you clever. And any piece of daubing scribble ends up on the fridge. Anything, just be shit. You just go, what is that? What have you drawn, an amoeba? What the... Oh, Christ. It's a tiger or a house. I don't know. You don't know. And then it ends up on the fridge. In my day, it was either the Blue Peter Gallery or the bin. Do you praise your children?
Yeah, I do. I encourage them because I want them to be confident, and I think children can really, I don't know, they can take everything in like a sponge, and then their confidence can go. So I think it's important to encourage kids.
My perception's totally skewed by my old man. That's why I've got no, like, everything my dad's good at is the stuff I'm shit at, and everything he didn't like is the stuff I was good at, because I had to just be opposite to him. Like, he's got all the physical skills. He can look at a shelf and put it up, get up, slag, and it just goes up like
What about kids these days? Do you think kids are kind of given too much praise?
Yeah, definitely. My dad was harsh on me. He's like, I'm going to get in the music game. He was like, good luck with that. And he was like, come to me when you got a top 40. I was like, Dad, I'm number 19 in the charts. He's like, come to me when you got a top 10. I was like, Dad, I'm number 6. So Dad, come with me when you're number 1. I was like, Dad, I'm number 1. It's like, come to me when you sold out Sweden.
My dad, he was quite interesting. He would give you some encouragement if, you know, on certain things. Like, he used to play that game. You know that game, Spine in a Sack? We used to play that. Do you ever play that?
Spine.
Spine. You ever play that when you were a kid? Spine in a Sack.
Spine in a Sack.
Spine in a Sack.
It sounds more like
what he'd do is he'd go out and get some roadkill. Well, he'd get a roadkill and he'd whip the spine out, get the old spine out, then he'd break up all the vertebrae, put it in a sack, then he'd bounce it on our heads, right? And we'd have to guess what animal it was.
Oh!
Spine in a sack.
Spine in a
Spine in a
sack.
sack.
I mean, you probably called it something different, back in a bag or something. Whatever, it's the same game.
Are you guys winding me up? Is there really a thing? I am confused.
No, my dad used to do it, and I go, oh, is it chipmunk, Dad? And you go, don't be stupid, that's not even indigenous. How am I going to find that on the road? Harder, Sean, work harder! Do you never play it?
No, I'm really shocked because I don't know if you're winding me up or not. I'd be mortified if my dad put a dead animal on the sack and started dancing it on my head.
Yeah. This is in the 60s, I think my dad was taking a lot of drugs at that time.
Honestly, I don't know what to think.
They didn't know. I made it up for a joke. Very nice man, my dad. Very nice.
You did play kidneys in a shoe, though, didn't you?
John, what do you think? Most people think children today are given too much praise. What do you think?
I'm with Louise. I don't really know what to think about what's happened in the last 5 minutes. Well, the thing is, if you praise someone, then they'll think that that's what they should carry on doing. Whereas if you don't praise them, they'll want to do more. So I'm all for saying to kids, that is shit.
See, I feel out of place here because I've got a kid and I'm a loving father.
Do you praise your kid?
All the time.
How old is it?
Oh, he's a year and a half. He hasn't got a clue what I'm saying. Yeah.
That's the one time when you can slag it off and it's just fun because it can't understand, so you go, oh, you shit everything, aren't you?
Recently, I took him swimming and a kid that was only about 5 splashed him and he was only 5, but I lost my temper and went, you dick. Looking back, I'm 31, I should have probably handled the situation with more dignity. Yeah.
OK, so most people think children today are given too much praise. True or false? What are you going to say, Sean?
What do you think?
I think you're right. I think they most probably think we should be tougher.
Yeah, OK, we'll go true then.
So you're going true. What are you going to go for, John?
Let's go false. Make it exciting.
Why not?
I can tell you the answer is false.
Yes!
Yes, only 33% of people think children today are given too much praise. Children respond best to supportive praise and gentle encouragement, and if that doesn't work, lock them in their bedroom and tell them Santa's dead. So the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your question. Most annoying habit.
I got loads of these. People who breathe through their nose when they've got a cold and they've got a little snot flap.
Oh, that is bad. That's bad.
Clicking open and closed. How can you not hear that? People next door can hear that thing.
Yeah.
People who laugh at texts and then don't tell you.
Yeah.
Oh, who was that? Don't matter.
Yeah.
And then people who, when you're in a bit of a bad mood, keep asking you what's wrong. There's nothing wrong. Seriously, what's wrong? There's nothing wrong. I'm just in a bad mood. What's wrong? It's you now. Just get out of my face.
The thing you do. I can't stand it. That thing you do like a little skip, you go, and then you go... What you do this? You go, you skip, you go...
But Sean, you try it. If you walk from there to there, you've got to then turn round.
Look, you just do that.
Well, how would you do it? How would you do it? Fine, let's see.
Walk on.
Not easy, Sean. Yeah, OK, all right. Sean Lock, everyone. Sean Lock.
You don't do this.
What is your problem? I've got a wobbly head.
Apart from that, I think you're great. I think you're amazing, Jimmy.
So, most annoying habit...
nose picking.
That is the right answer. Nose picking, yeah. Yes, the most annoying habit is nose picking. I tell you, he was terrible at nose picking. Michael Jackson. He just could not make up his mind. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Russell and Louise have 2 points. John, Elliot and Mark have 3 points. They're tonight's winners. Thanks to all our wonderful panellists, our studio audience, and all of you for watching at home. If you want more, tune in tomorrow night to AR 10 Cats Uncut. That's it from us. Good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats. Look ream, smell ream, be ream, it's Joey Essex. New kid on the block, it's Joe Lycett. And their team captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, Vegas, baby, it's Johnny Vegas. The Queen of Hollyoaks, it's Jennifer Metcalf. And their team captain, John Richardson. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy
Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, pensioners can save £3 a day by not putting on their heating, which over the rest of their lifetime could save them a whopping £9. 66% of men are superstitious. I have a few superstitions. I'm scared of cats, and I hate the numbers 8 and 10. But fortunately, it doesn't really affect my life. And 8% of people have had their wallet stolen in the last 5 years. When someone stole my wallet, I was devastated. I'd had that condom since I was 14. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 3 most popular talking points. Sean, your team to go first. What do you think the nation have been talking about this week?
The Italian Prime Minister, Silvio Berlusconi.
Michael Jackson.
What, sorry?
Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Well, let's stick on one thing, shall we, for a minute? Sean had a guess there, and he was probably right, wasn't he? So let's...
We can talk about Michael Jackson if you want. I'm happy to do it if you want Michael Jackson to be our answer.
Well, what do you think the nation have been talking about Joey Essex?
Michael Jackson.
What have you been saying about Michael Jackson this week?
I don't know. I don't know whether it's true about them. Like, you know about the whole thing where did the doctor mean to kill him?
Yeah. What do you think?
I don't know.
Well, he's been.
Well, it's been fascinating talking to you, Joe.
Well, the accusation was that he was negligent. You know, he gave him too much propofol. I don't know. I've had Scrumpy that's stronger than that stuff.
Michael Jackson got confused because he was used to doling out in children's portions.
Yeah. Profixilix.
Profixilix.
Profixilix, the kids' one.
Drowsy.
Yeah. He ordered 4 gallons of it. 4 gallons. He must have had it on draft. Probably the reason Michael Jackson died is he was changing the barrel. Lovely head on that.
This soldier was getting paid £96,000 a month.
Really?
Yeah, to look after... And that alone, you would go, yeah, convict.
Yeah.
Clearly something
he
wrong
still
there.
got paid. He only lasted 10 days. You know, I mean, Gaza would have lasted longer as his doctor.
I think if that doctor were getting nearly 100 grand a month, why didn't you get a year out of him?
Yeah.
That's what makes me think he didn't do it.
There's a twisted logic there. It's almost like that doctor was motivated to keep him alive.
Yeah.
That's incredible. He's on £96,000 a month, and when they found Jackson, his first words were, "Does anyone know CPR?"
Yeah.
Yeah, you, hopefully.
Isn't a question of guilt about whether he was really paying attention to Michael Jackson, and he'd given him the propofol, and then he went downstairs to another room, and he had a baby listener. That's what I found. That's the really spooky thing about it. And he must have been sitting there, like, watching Downton Abbey or whatever, and he could just hear Michael Jackson going,
Can I have some milk? Can I have some more milk?
and he'd be going, Michael, go to bed! If I have to come up there, you won't be going on that holiday to the O2.
Have some more milk.
He said that Conrad Murray was his closest friend as well, which is a bit odd, isn't it? You can imagine Bubbles the monkey sat in a sanctuary going, he said I was his BFF.
I've heard a rumour that he's actually still alive.
Yeah,
Joey. He's still...
That's what I've heard.
Is he still alive?
He's on some random, like, desert island somewhere, just...
Well,
yeah.
He's on a random...
That's not a rumour. That's a load of bollocks.
Oh, well, let's have a look and see whether Michael Jackson's one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, Yes, Dr. Conrad Murray has been found guilty of the manslaughter of Michael Jackson. The Jackson family told the prosecutor they'd not just lost a pop icon, but a son and a brother and a valuable source of income. OK, John Steen, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
I don't know, I think maybe Berlusconi. Just get the impression it's been on the tip of people's tongue.
Don't you wish you'd thought of that?
Yeah.
So go on,
The
Berlusconi.
Italian pervert. Weird.
Prime Minister, I think,
Oh,
is
yeah.
there. Good old Silvio. He's worth $9 billion. And he's in charge of a country which has the third biggest debt in the world. Well, that's no surprise. How can you explain to Silvio we're in bad debt? No, I'm not. No, you're not, but we are. No, I'm fine. Yeah. But he's gone now, so it's all going to be fine.
Dead? He's not dead.
He's not dead, no, he's...
I know you work in Hollyoaks and people tend to die. He's just lost his job.
Oh, that's fine. Is he good looking?
He's a sexy 74-year-old.
Is he good? We've got a still of him. I can show you a picture of him.
Still.
Have a little look.
That's all right.
That's all right. You would? I like the guy in the background thinking, is he chatting to my wife? He looks really worried, like he's just lost his wife.
Apparently it's 10 grand a night.
Really?
Would you do that for 10
For
grand?
me to pay him?
No, yeah.
You can't ask someone if they turn themselves into a prostitute.
Would you do that? Would you prostitute yourself?
I'd do it for 5. 5's fine.
Yeah, but his
All right,
whole
4.
defence-
4. I'll do it for 4.
I'll do it for the lift home.
I wish I had another woman on here. I don't think I can take you all on by myself.
This isn't a bunga party.
Did you just say that out loud? Am I sleeping now?
It's all right. I've got a lot of feminine traits and I'm very metrosexual. I'm sorry, I will involve you more. Jesus Christ, you come on a panel show, it's like a relationship!
Let's see if Silvio Berlusconi is one of the top 3 talking points. Yes, it is. The Eurozone crisis has left Italian leader Silvio Berlusconi in an awkward position, attempting to maintain an erection while talking on the phone to Angela Merkel. Right, fingers on buzzers, one more thing to get.
Well, it's Frankie Kokoza, isn't it? After so much abuse, he's finally gone.
Thank God.
I liked him.
I just couldn't sing. I mean, I cannot hold a tune, but he cannot sing.
He couldn't sing, but he
No.
was on X Factor. I'm not sure whether that really matters.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's not the first one to do cocaine as well on there.
Whoa. When he's saying cocaine, it's called the Golden Rule. That's what it is
Okay.
now. He's done a big line of the Golden Rule.
They said he broke the golden rule. And they also said in the papers, they said that he spent the money he got from the M&S advert on cocaine, presumably not just any cocaine.
So,
From their ready-to-snort range.
he's already done an M&S advert.
Yeah, they got all of the X Factor people to be in the advert, and then they take them out one by one from the advert as they get close to Christmas. And we've worked hard to get where we are. We're not in the M&S Christmas ad.
I was going to say, I swear to God, right, everything I'm wearing tonight is M&S Blue Harbour. It's not even, you know, from the exclusive range. And they won't return my calls.
How did he get so far anyway?
Do you think he's
Girls must
any
have
good?
girls must have loved him.
It's the bad boy
He couldn't
thing, innit?
sing, he didn't have any discernible talent, and yet he seemed to be a big star.
He's still got
Joey
it.
Essex.
There should be some kind of...
Well, surprisingly, that's not one of our top 3 talking points. The other big news in X Factor this week is that Johnny is out. No shit, Sherlock.
And I love the cock.
When they say Craig Coulton could be bigger than Subo, they're not just talking about his singing career. Hey, even if he does get kicked out, it's not the last we'll see of him on TV. There's always embarrassing bodies. Or Inside Nature's Giants. As I go, fingers on buzzers, one more thing to get.
Is it the FIFA poppy scandal? FIFA said that they weren't allowed to wear poppies, the England
Because
team.
they said it was a political statement.
Some people would find the three lions offensive. You know, for example, if you got drunk and climbed into a zoo. So that reminds me of Uncle Terry. He got eaten by lions and you're wearing them on your shirt. Have you got no feelings?
Papers kept saying, oh, Prince William has saved the day. They weren't going to let us wear poppies, and then Prince, where there's a wills, there's a way. As if he found out about it and went, ready my horse. And then he charged to Sepp Blatt's house and said, I challenge you to a duel, sir. Rather than the truth, which was someone else drafted an email and went, do you mind if we send this with your name on it? He went, yes, I suppose so. This image that John Terry finally wants to show what a patriot he is, he's been doing that for years. No one's in doubt that John Terry's proud to be English. The fact is, he's also a wanker.
Jennifer, do you know any footballers?
No, I don't really watch it.
You don't really watch it?
I knew one once.
I read
You knew one once? Who did you know once?
Oh, don't talk about him.
Hollyoaks was like... I always thought Hollyoaks was like a shopping channel for footballers.
Hey, you talk about football. Do you know gigs called Joey Barton?
What, sorry?
Joey Barton.
Do I know Joey Barton?
Do you know him?
I know of Joey Barton.
QPR footballer.
Yeah, he's a footballer for QPR.
He's getting quite offensive to know where he sits. I think he's jealous. Gel. Mate, he's totes gel, man.
He's totes gel of Towie. I'm enjoying saying that. I don't understand any of those words. What happened with Joey Barton? What did he say about you?
I'm not really sure. He basically just like, I think he was trying to mug a few people off, saying...
He was mugging people off?
Yeah.
What does that mean? He was...
Knocking their tea?
Yeah. Basically, we went to a premiere, and I think he saw a few people there. So afterwards, he decided to tweet just saying, Towie freaks, weirdos, things like that.
He called you a freak and a weirdo?
He called me a freak and a weirdo. I was well offended.
That's not nice, is it?
But he was tweeting at 1:30 in the morning, so stop tweeting, go to bed, man. Are you on ice cream? That's what I said.
Yeah, Joey Barton, what are you doing up at 1:30? You should be in bed. You're really naughty. Joey Barton did say some very unkind things about The Only Way is Essex recently, and I think it's only fair that you have the right to reply. Let's have a look at you in action on The Only Way is Essex.
What's your favourite animal?
Animal. I want to say cat, but it's boring, but it's cat. I love cats. I love cat pies. What about you?
Mine's an elephant.
Why elephant?
I don't know, it's like, they're weird, aren't they? You've got them big long things, like... I would say dinosaur, but they don't exist no more, do they? So...
Sorry, Joey Barton's seen that and he's calling you an idiot.
You could have got on with Johnny?
I couldn't get away with that. I get nervous in front of women. The banter just rolls off. You know, I'm stuck for words. I can't even think of animals. My favourite animal is a train!
It's not one of the greatest... in the sort of pantheon, in the list of great chat-up lines, what's your favourite animal? I don't think it's ever really sort of been a clincher, has it?
Do you want a better chat-up line? Did you fall from heaven? Yeah. Because it looks like you landed on your face.
My personal favourite, does anyone know you're here?
OK, let's have a look and see whether the FIFA poppy scandal is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the story that FIFA tried to ban poppies being worn by the England team. FIFA relented after Prince William wrote them a strongly worded letter. Oh, please let us wear poppies or I'll be really sad. I'm going bald and I married the wrong sister. So at the end of that round, Sean, Joe and Joey have 2 points. Johnny, Jennifer and John have 1. So our next round is pick of the polls. Sean, Joe, Joey, what do you like the look of?
The waxing.
OK, all right, so here's your related question. Most men are too embarrassed to undergo beauty treatments. True or false?
Well, you've undergone a few, or is that a natural tan?
This is natural.
Oh.
That's a natural tan, is it?
Well, I've had sunbeds, but I've quit sunbeds now. I don't have sunbeds no more, so...
You've quit sunbeds?
Quit.
Oh, my God, you've made some sacrifices, haven't you? When did you quit sunbeds?
Last week.
So, what's your daily regime, beauty-wise? What do you do, beauty-wise?
Obviously, you know, I wake up, look at myself, and I think, dream. But then I get, then what? Then I get in the shower, do my hair afterwards, bang, bang. What are you saying?
Bang, bang, and who's over there?
That's meant to be the mirror.
Oh, I thought that was your carer. Jennifer, you're a lady. Now, do you think men are too pampered these days? Do we do too much?
Yeah, I do. I like men, like, hairy, smelly. They come far.
Johnny Vegas.
Could feel...
John, do you do any?
No, I wouldn't say I'm too embarrassed. I just think the prettier you are, the more you're going to disappoint someone at some point, because they'll think, oh, that's the one, and then you go,
So you don't do anything, you don't do any
I had
beauty
my
treatment?
first extraneous nostril hair this week.
It's terrible, isn't it?
Yeah, it was the first one. I was driving and I just checked my rearview mirror and it was there.
Hello.
That was the first vanity issue I've had of like, well, that needs sorting and there's no reason. I shouldn't have just let them all come out.
How'd you get it out?
No.
I just pulled and I pulled until I cried.
When you go to Boots and buy your first nasal trimmer, the way the girl looks at you know, she slides it across with the beep.
I don't know, Johnny.
What, and you can't look away, because if you look away, you give them a better angle.
Sure. Beauty treatments.
I have had waxing, but I won't take my trousers off. They have to do it keyhole.
Joey, you take very good care of your hair, I've noticed.
Yeah.
Have a little look at this.
I didn't know you blow dried your hair.
I don't blow dry my hair.
You just blow dried it.
No, I'm hair dry my hair.
That is a blow dry.
No, I blow dries when you go to a shop, innit? Like, if you go to a shop, you get your hair blow dried. You're a girl, you go to a salon.
It's
What?
not. If you blow dry your hair, you blow dry your hair. It's the same, whether you do it or someone else does it.
Yeah, but no, you got to put on... I'm so confused.
Do you do that every day? Do you have to blow dry your hair every day?
Yeah, but I don't... This is not a blow dryer. This is a hair dryer.
Yeah, exactly the same thing.
So what do you think?
I'm going to get you a diffuser.
A what?
And then the can't technically say even that's another step away from blow drying.
A diffuser?
Yeah, it's one, you know, with the little spikes in it, you just run it through. What it does, it breaks it up and you'll get no split ends.
What have you done with the real Johnny Vegas?
Johnny, what do you use on your hair?
Hey, sunshine, I had a perm, all right, that, 2 minutes. I used to lacquer, I used a mousse, I used a diffuser. Didn't towel dry, because that created heat and friction. No, I'd wrap round, I'd give it 20 good minutes. I treated it with respect. I hope that shit falls out.
I didn't mean offence to that, man.
Yeah, well, you did. And you know what? Give out for that. Look after it. You don't know where you go while you're young.
OK. So most men are too embarrassed to undergo beauty treatments.
I'm going bald! Look at that.
That's not that bad.
No.
I'm worse than that. Mind you, I think that's because I have very vivid dreams.
I drive my head into the pillow.
OK, so most men are too embarrassed to undergo beauty treatments. True or false? What are you going to say, Sean?
True.
You think it's true? You think they are too embarrassed?
Yes,
Sean,
I
what do you
yes.
think?
Team?
Jennifer, what do you think? Are most men too embarrassed?
False.
You're going to go false? OK. I can tell you the answer is false. Oh. They got it. Yes. Yes, only 43% of men said they'd be too embarrassed to have beauty treatments. These days, you can even get your arsehole bleached. That's what Liz Hurley did with Shane Warne. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your question. Top thing British people lie about.
I think most people lie about any sentence that starts, I know a lovely place. Like when you go for dinner or to a pub and they go, oh, I know a great little place. And it's miles away and it's shit. How was that your anecdote? I know a great place and it stinks and the food's crap. So now I hate the place and you for liking it.
It's telling your partner or your wife that they're your best friend. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's such a lie, isn't it? Because if you don't go out for 14 pints with your wife, do you? You don't say to your wife, let's go and have 14 pints. Because you do with a best friend, don't you? Go, let's go and have 14 pints.
Why 14?
Funny number.
I lie about drinking quite a lot. Like, I'll say I only had 3 glasses of wine, and then I'll go, oh, no, I did have another 3 glasses of wine. And then I did kick a toddler in the face. It's a worry.
I lie about Christine Brinkley. I say I saw Christine Brinkley. She was modelling flippers on the Albert Bridge. I see her at all. I say, you know Christine Brinkley?
Yeah?
She used to be my taekwondo teacher.
Is she?
Yeah. You know, I go, no, Christine Bleakley, I bought her she'd be on telly, and I go, see that woman there, Christine Bleakley? Years ago, I bought a reconditioned Flymo off her.
Sorry, is that true or not, Sean? Did you buy a reconditioned Flymo?
No, just make it up for a bit of fun. Just make up all these stories about Christine Bleakley. And you know the canoe man? He hid in her loft for a year.
Do you know Christine Bleakley, yeah?
I do actually know Christine Bleakley.
Well,
she's a nice woman.
Yeah, I'm not saying she's not. I make up lies about her.
John, what do you lie about?
Everything, constantly. I lie about people's names. Like, if the first thing you had to do when you saw someone was say their name, people who've known me for years would find out that, actually, I don't really care who they are. I don't think anyone really knows anyone's name.
Do you know what? I call everyone, yeah, if I don't know someone's name, for some reason I call them Ashley.
That's good. That's good, because a lot of us have been just calling them mate or pal or... all right, fella.
For some reason...
But Ashley's much better, because if it is Ashley, quid's in.
Is it age? Do people lie about age?
Oh, that age is number 2 on the list.
Is it their weight?
It's not worth lying about. Genuinely, people know I'm not 9 stone. I've tried regularly.
It's to do with partners.
Sexual partners.
That was the right answer.
Did that at the beginning?
Yes, the top thing British people lie about is the number of sexual conquests they've had. I've rounded mine up to 2. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are John, Johnny and Jennifer have 3 points. Sean, Joe and Joey have 2, which means John, Jennifer and Johnny are tonight's winners. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.
On 8 out of 10 cats, he's got the X Factor, it's Ollie Murs. North America's funniest, it's Russell Peters. And their team captain, John Richardson. And facing them tonight, Pussycat Doll, it's Kimberly Wyatt. Stand-up guy, it's Matthew Crosby. And their team captain, Sean Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
And welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 80% of all pictures on the internet are of naked women? Who knew? Men knew. 7% of Britons have got in trouble telling lies at work. In my experience, they get particularly upset when they find out you're not actually a doctor and that isn't actually a thermometer. And apparently the human heart creates enough pressure to squirt blood 30 foot. Isn't the type of thing you should write in a Valentine's card. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It was Thanksgiving this week, so in celebration, it's our panellists' job to guess the top 3 ways America has changed the world. Sean, your team first. How do you think America has changed the world?
Is it they went to the moon? America went to the moon, which nobody else has done.
It's an incredible achievement.
It is, it's an incredible achievement.
It's kind of the greatest thing mankind has done.
I don't know if I believe the whole moon thing.
You don't believe we went to the moon?
Definitely up there.
I was doing a show in Houston last year, and I was about to get on the bus, and there was these 3 Indian kids waiting for a picture. And I go, yeah, let's take a picture. And she goes, you know, you're very popular in our university. And I'm like, oh, that's cool.
He's allowed to do that voice.
That's how she sounded. If she didn't, I wouldn't, you know, I'd be like, oh, you're very popular. But like, so I go, oh, cool. What are you taking? She goes, astrophysics. And I go, wow. So have we been to the moon? And she goes, they say we've been to the moon. And I go, well, yeah, they said it, but have we been to the moon? She goes, they said we've been to the moon. I go, have we or have we not been to the moon? She goes, it's not physically possible to go to the moon as a human. Like, she said the radiation is so thick after you get to 700 miles above the Earth that our skin would fall off.
Well, I think we've got to try it, and I nominate Ollie. Well, because you might not come back. Oh, you're too adorable. Look at you. His little face.
But surely, Russell, there's been so many programmes exploding the conspiracy theories around it. Not all astrophysicists are sort of in the thrall of NASA and
Also,
the CIA.
the astrophysicist you met was getting a photo with you as you walked onto a bus. I think some of the finest astrophysicists aren't waiting by the bus.
You look back at the time, and they were in the space race with Russia, so they were trying to beat Russia to the moon.
Well, also, it was the Cold War they were showing off.
Yeah, we've never been back.
If they have been back, they've been there. They didn't just go once.
They went 7 times, but they haven't been for 25 years, I think, since 1974.
Well, what's the point? There's nothing there. I went to Basildon once. I'm not going back there.
So, what's wrong with Basildon?
Kimberly, you're a proud American, right?
Yes.
Now, the moon mission, they're saying it didn't happen. It did happen, right?
I would like to believe that it did.
Well, even that seems a bit non-committal. But let's take it as read that they landed on the moon. That is an incredible achievement, isn't it?
Yeah.
Matthew, your thought?
Yeah.
Well, also you can now go up to space, can't you? There's sort of if members of the public are allowed to.
Yeah, Richard Branson's Virgin Galactic, you can go up to sort of 0 gravity.
Yeah, he says anyone can go up. Costs 200 grand, so literally anyone can go up. It's good news. So yeah, maybe we'll have civilians on the moon soon. It could happen.
Yeah, but if Ryanair do it, you'll end up on Mars.
Let's see if the space race is one of the ways America changed the world. Yes, the space race. Before mankind commits to the astronomical expense of returning to the moon, we need to ask ourselves some searching questions. Like, how much cheese do we really need? OK, John, how do you think America's changed the world?
Music?
Yeah, sure. That's
there'd
a good
be
one.
music, rock and roll.
We'll go with hip-hop, too.
Hip-hop, yeah.
The hippity-hop.
Yeah.
The what's it?
The hippity-hop.
That's the least funky thing I've ever heard in my life.
I'll tell you what my bugbear with the musics, right, that they do.
Stop calling it the musics, because you're even making unhip people feel uncomfortable.
Fine. Enjoy your musics, do all that, but don't screw with grammar as well. Like rock n roll was the first time it was accepted. Like, well, we can't say and, we can't say rock and, so now it's rock and now it's spread to fish and the chips. There's a reason it's not Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, because there's nothing wrong with saying rock and roll just to make yourself sound cooler, just because rock sounds cool, but I'm not having it.
Well, of course, Elvis is credited as kicking off rock and roll, but of course, these days, Ollie, people don't even know what show he was on.
They did Frank Sinatra as well, though. Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson. You said Michael Jackson was a big influence
King
on
of
you.
pop, yeah.
King of pop.
I think he's influenced on any artist in this industry. Massive.
Not just in this industry. Didn't say anything.
Yeah.
I really held back. No, say what you want about him. He was a hell of a paedophile. Who's the biggest influence on you, or the Pussycat Dolls?
I mean, growing up as a dancer, Janet Jackson, Paula Abdul, Michael Jackson.
Surely it's Madonna, isn't it, for female artists? Because she was the first one to do that thing. She had the headset on, first one to do that. They all do that now, don't they? The lady dancer, move around, and then they go... I don't know what that means, like, wait till I get you home. Madonna, she's a very powerful influence, isn't she, on the ladies?
I think Lady Gaga's trying to take her place, right?
Definitely.
Yeah. I like Lady Gaga. She's a good-looking fella.
Way to come out of the closet. Way to come out of the closet now, Jimmy.
Yeah. I think Lady Gaga's like, you know, again, it's sort of quite iconic. They're good at coming up with sort of iconic... Pussycat Dolls as well.
Though, isn't it? Her music's shit, isn't it?
Are you kidding? You're kidding, right? Poker face.
Ella Fitzgerald...
She's bluffing with her muffin. Yeah. What more do you want from a song?
Must have been the greatest singer of the last century, Ella Fitzgerald, right? She's such a good singer, she didn't feel the need at some point to think, should I cover myself in meat? Does the song need that? You know, there's a certain amount you have to do to, like, you're distracting people from the music because you've got a lobster on your head. Maybe they won't listen to this bit where I can't sing. They just look at the lobster going... She's rubbish!
But there's so many artists out there. I think artists are forced to find ways to be recognised and be seen so that their music can then be accepted.
To be fair, Elvis was amazing, but a lot of his notoriety came from rotting thin air.
It's a good point well made. It's just an earlier, you know...
That is the single worst Elvis impression I've ever seen.
Can we have your Elvis again?
That looks like... that looks like the closing credits of Last of the Summer Wine when they're going down a hill.
Let's have a look and see if rock and roll music is up there. Yes, rock and roll. Rock and roll was born in 1955 with Bill Haley's Rock Around the Clock and was beaten to death in 2009 by Joe McElderry. You were robbed. Where is he now, eh?
I don't know, he's probably at home watching this.
Hey, Joe McElderry. He's joking, of course. He's driving the minicab. OK, fingers on buzzers. One more thing to get. How else has America changed the world?
So fast, doesn't it? It's amazing. Should have been in the Wild West. If it was buzzers rather than guns. The food. The fast food. Quick food, fast food. Straight, no messing around. Just fast. Straight through. Got your food off. Gone.
Straight through, I think, describes it aptly.
Yeah.
Kimberly, you look as if you eat an awful lot of fast food, clearly.
No to fast food.
No to fast food.
No to fast food. Organic and natural is the way to go. Stay in the produce aisle.
But surely all vegetables are organic.
No, but they're not. You really do have to look for the label that says organic.
Yeah, Jimmy.
No, it's true.
I think all it means is
Pesticides and
organic,
chemicals.
but organic, technically, it means more expensive and muddy. You live in Los Angeles, don't you, Russell?
I do.
OK, so favourite fast foud joint?
I really don't do that much fast food, but I'll go Mexican fast food, if anything. Del Taco, good gas.
It's not only delicious when you eat it, but also afterwards you go, oh. Fragrant.
No smell, just gassy.
Just gassy.
Loud. It's loud. It's like a Mexican coming out of your ass, really, is what it is.
And when it comes out, does it mow your lawn?
Do you eat fast food? You don't look as if you eat fast food. Are you allowed to eat fast
yeah.
food? Does Simon tell you you can't eat it?
No. I'm trying to keep the timber down, you see. Try and keep in good shape.
The timber down?
Yeah, the timber.
Don't say keep the timber down and do that, because people will think you're talking about something else. There's a wood connotation to timber. Yeah, baby, trying to keep the timber down. Well, surprisingly, that's not in our top 3. People criticise McDonald's, but if it wasn't for McDonald's, where else would we take a shit in the town centre? Right, fingers on buzzers. One more thing to get.
The world of movies and Hollywood and glitz and glamour. I've been to Hollywood.
Of course you have, look at you.
I went out there.
On a geography field trip.
And I've been to the the Hollywood Walk of Fame. You haven't got a star on the Walk of Fame, have you? The Pussycat Dolls haven't got a Walk of
No, we don't.
Walk of Fame star. Because I walked along, sort of checking out all the names, and like Rin Tin Tin's got one, and Lassie, and Godzilla. Like, who are they going to get next? The Lurpak bloke with the trombone? I mean, it's just... it seems like anyone can have a star on the Walk of Fame.
The problem with Hollywood is it's too cool and it just makes your real life look shit. Like, once in my life, I would like to be able to do a speech like he does in Gladiator, where he turns around and does all that. But you can't. Member of the AA, owner of a knackered microwave, and I will have my pudding. In this room or the next.
I think what Hollywood has done to a cinema, in one way, has ruined it, is because all the food people take in, people who never normally litter anywhere, in cinema, they just finish their popcorn, they just go boom, like that. Cans of boom, like that. People just chuck shit everywhere, and the lights come up, and it looks like Dale Farm.
No, Kimberly, the Pussycat Dolls started in sort of Hollywood, didn't they?
Yeah, in Los Angeles. Before I was even in the group, it was a dance troupe for about 10 years at the Viper Room.
Yeah.
Back when Johnny Depp owned it, he was actually the person that told Robin to give it a name, and that's where Pussycat Dolls was born.
You were number 3 in the Pussycat Dolls, aren't you?
Number 3.
Well, sorry, I ordered it in my head. Have you made any films out there, Russell? You're in Hollywood.
I have. I've been a couple.
You're in Source Code,
I was in Source Code.
Very cool.
Oh, yeah, you were in Source Code.
Thanks.
You were in Source Code. Have you seen Source Code?
Nobody.
Yeah, it's a great
You're in
film.
Source Code, and you played basically yourself. You played quite a grumpy man on a train.
I played a grumpy version of me.
You get the best line in the whole film, I think.
Which one?
I'm on my way to an asshole convention.
Oh, yeah?
I recognise him. I recognise this geezer from somewhere. Just watching that film recently.
Let's have a look and see if Hollywood is one of the ways America has changed the world. Yes, indeed. Yes, Hollywood. If you're a pretty girl with a dream, then you should go to Hollywood. If that dream is to lie on a couch while being screwed by a fat, bald man with a cigar, then so much the better. So those were the top ways America changed the world. But other things that didn't quite make our list, America gave us social networking. By the age of 23, computer programmer Mark Zuckerberg had created Facebook. And amazingly, within just 3 short years, he'd lost his virginity. Starting wars. America entered the Second World War 2 years late. Stung by the criticism, it's made sure it got in nice and early with every war since, by starting them. And America gave us Disneyland. Of course, the best ride at Disney is the girl that works in the toffee apple kiosk. At the end of that round, Sean, Matthew and Kimberly have 2 points. John, Ollie and Russell have 1. The next round is pick of the polls. Johnston, what do you like the look of?
I should do that. Look at that.
You're going for the man doing karate. There's a clip to illustrate your question. Have a look at this. Pretty impressive stuff.
The Sisters of the Holy Family serve what is perhaps the most crime-ridden area of Philadelphia. Their orphanage is in constant danger of vandalism and burglary. Unwilling to give up after some 80 years of service to the community, the sisters have turned to the Old Testament for a solution. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Skills are predominantly protective and defensive. But should human life or chastity be at stake, the good sisters are well prepared for sterner measures.
It's funny you think they'd use nunchucks.
Nunchucks? Come on! OK, your related question. Most men would rather be good at martial arts than DIY. True or false?
Well, why can't you have both? Just total all-round guy.
Yeah, you put up a shelf and then take it straight down.
What's DIY?
What is... Stop doing DIY and Kung Fu at the same time. Kimberly has a question. Kimberly.
What is DIY?
It's putting up shelves. You know, DIY, do it yourself.
Like carpentry?
Yes, carpentry.
Yeah, carpentry.
Joinery. You know, all kinds of things. Plumbing, you can do a bit of plumbing in it.
Okay.
What do you call that in America, then?
Handyman.
Handyman.
Or Mexican.
There's no real benefits to being good at DIY, whereas, you know, martial arts.
There's no benefit to being good at DIY. DIY is impressive, I think. If you can do... I've got nothing. I've got no ability to change plugs and do things around the house, and it's emasculating.
Yeah, but if you're going to get robbed in an alleyway, you don't want to be like, hey, I'll build you a shelf. And you can put my wallet on there.
You can build a really high shelf, you won't be able to reach it. Very good point. And also, you get to make those noises, don't you, with martial arts, like... And you only make those noises if you're really bad at DIY. Oh, fucking
Wait, do you become Irish when you do DIY?
Do you do any martial arts?
I used to do a little bit when I was younger, yeah.
What did you used to do?
Just martial arts, yeah.
Oh. No, sorry, we're talking about fighting rather than just cleaning windscreens. What was it? Mixed martial art? Was it karate? Was it? I just want to know what I'm dealing with if things kick off between them.
Nothing's going to kick off, it'll be fine. But what do the women prefer, though? Martial arts or DIY?
Martial art, yeah, the DIY, they came in pretty quick, though. They seem keener. They seem more desperate.
It's DIY short term with a boyfriend, isn't it? And then martial arts long term when you've got a nice house to protect.
Have you ever... I mean, because presumably with the dancing, you become very fit and you become very flexible and stuff. Have you ever tried any martial arts? Have you ever...
I've done kickboxing.
You've done kickboxing?
Mm-hmm.
So you could beat someone up?
Yes.
Only if it's a box.
OK, so Seanstein, what are you going to go for? What do you think people would prefer?
I think most men would rather be good at martial arts.
OK, you're going martial arts. What do you think you're going to go for, John?
Well, I think it's DIY, because you would save money then, wouldn't you? And people are tight, so...
DIY.
OK, I can tell you the answer is false. 62% of men would rather be good at DIY than martial arts. They're right. In a fight, I let my fist do the talking. Please don't hurt me. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your question. Worst thing about shopping for clothes?
Women.
Oh. You don't like shopping with?
No, when you go out with women, it's always a bit of a... I'm sure the other guys here will vouch for me.
You're crazy. It's great. It's the best thing ever. They come out and they look at a different dress and go, oh, my God, that's totally different, that outfit. And...
Well, I don't know about that one, because I don't know... Try the first one on again.
If you're lucky, you can see a little crack in the changing room, you can see somebody's knickers.
That is the best.
That's the best thing ever, but you have to go out shopping a lot to get that. That's going to happen on every 10th trip, you're going to get that.
Oh, but when it happens, a bit... Oh.
Yeah.
A well-placed mirror and a bit of weird side boob.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Somebody's casually forgotten and they've bent over, knocked the curtain back, and you just got, like, maybe 2 seconds of it, and you just go, ah, that's why I'm alive!
Do you like shopping?
I'm not the biggest shopper ever. I hate trying things on. That's what puts me off.
I always think it's weird trying things on because it only really tells you what it looks like when you're standing up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a bit different if you sit down, you kind of, Well, OK, if I suck everything in and stand here in front of the mirror at a weird angle, this looks delightful.
They should have loads of different things in there for you to see how you look on them. For example, they have, like, a bicycle. And you could... Exactly. And then, like, a swing.
There's
doesn't look so good on the swing.
I don't like, at the moment, there's shirtless men standing outside shops, sort of intimidatingly. It's an American thing, isn't it? Where
Abercrombie and Fitch.
Yeah,
Abercrombie
exactly.
and Fitch. It's a bit like saying, look, you'll never look like this. Cover yourself up, mate.
John, do you shop ever?
No, I just have to wait until someone my size dies. I bought a pair of shorts from a charity shop once. And I wasn't sure about it because they were $150. I was like, Got them home. £20 note. Best day of my life.
OK, I'll give you a clue. It's bad for your confidence, I would say.
Oh, it's the intimidating shop staff.
No, rude shop assistants.
Size, your size.
I will give you that. I'll give you that. The correct answer is not finding anything that fits. That's actually why the London riots went on for 3 days, because a lot of people ended up looting the wrong size trainers. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are John, Ollie and Russell have 2 points, Sean, Matthew and Kimberly have 3 points. They're the winners. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. If you want more, tune in to 8 out of 10 Cats Uncut on Sunday. That's it from us. Good night.
It's Jack D. Dagenham Princess, it's Stacey Solomon. And their team captain, John Locke. And facing them tonight, sex, cheese, and rock and roll, it's Alex James. This charming man, it's David O'Doherty. And their team captain, John Richardson. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy.
Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 3 in 10 households don't own a book? And before you start arguing, the Domino's menu is not a book. Scientists claim that up to 70% of British men are related to Tutankhamun. I think what they're saying is, somewhere in the very distant past, we've all got the same mummy. And 52% of dog owners pet their pooch whilst driving. I sometimes pet my girlfriend's pooch whilst driving. But I stroke her puppies first, I'm not an animal. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. Tonight, it's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 3 most annoying things about modern life. John Steen, you ought to go first. What's the most annoying thing about modern life?
It's hard for me to be specific because I pretty much hate everything. And I think I would have hated everything whatever era I was in.
Wow. Apart from cardigans.
Love a cardigan.
Yeah.
Who doesn't love a cardigan? You guys.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, I
You'll
don't
regret-
own a cardigan.
You don't own a cardigan?
My nan's got loads.
Maybe I'll take her number.
We're obviously all out of our depth, Jimmy, with this subject. As comedians, we don't really think about things that annoy us that much.
Because you're very much sort of in the clowning tradition, I feel.
I am. You know.
You bring joy to the world.
I am. A little bit of sunshine I like to bring into the world. I don't know. Ask the tramps, what do they think?
Tramps?
I've been on...
Is it how shop doorways are getting smaller?
I've been trying to get healthy recently, and that's quite annoying.
What's your health regime?
I bought a box of muesli. Which is it's all of the other breakfast cereals have like a cartoon character on the front. But if muesli were to have a picture, it should just be an old lady crying. Just, help me, shit.
Generationally, I think we will be remembered as the generation who invented the gastric band. When they look back on us, they'll go, what were people up to then? Well, they had to staple their stomachs closed because they couldn't stop shoveling shit into them. There's been industrial revolutions, there's been civil wars, but if it's there, I can't resist a bonbon. Yes, you can.
I can't refuse food, never. Never have, never will. I don't exercise.
You must exercise a bit.
I had to exercise once for the triathlon, and everyone was coming out of the triathlon like, I feel exhilarated, I'm doing it next year, I'm signing up now. I was like, oh my God, get me out of there, I'm never doing this again. What a horrible thing to do. Who puts himself up for this?
I don't like it if people... It's all very well if you're on a diet, but I do think, you know, what you do in the privacy of your own home, that's your business, right? But
Thanks,
if you
mate.
come out, then don't bring your diet with you. That's the rule to me. When you get people come over and, you know, have you got any macrobiotic food, please? No, I'm going to barbecue.
Well, whenever I'm cooking, I always make sure there are dishes available. Well, I always make sure there's a vegetarian choice when I'm cooking. They can make do or they can fuck off.
I had a bacterial stomach infection recently. And I lost I lost 2.5 stone. And I guess it's more just an indication of the superficial times we live in. Everyone I met just went, you look brilliant. And I you have a healthy glow, it's a poo smell.
This is the basic thing that we as a generation haven't understood about our bodies, is that our mouths are bigger than our arseholes.
I'll tell you what worked for me. When Blur got back together, I started running to get back into my Britpop trousers. But one night I got caught out and it got dark before I got home. And so I ended up running around the woods in the dark. And I got home and I burnt like 2,000 million calories and my average heart rate had been like 106% of maximum because I was cacking it, running around the woods in the dark with a torch on. That's the best way to lose weight.
Jack wants to say something.
Oh, I don't want to say
Jack
something.
wants to say something.
No,
say it, Jack, please.
Shut your mouth.
It'll be good, Jack.
I was going to say you could take a video and call it the Blur Witch Project. I don't want to say it. Just shut up. Don't make me say it.
OK, let's have a look and see whether dieting and exercise annoys people. Yes! Yes, the pressure to diet and keep fit is annoying. Some ladies don't exercise because they worry they'll look stupid. Ladies, you don't look stupid. What's stupid about an 18-stone woman in size 8 leggings sweating like a whore in church on a bike that's going nowhere? Sean, what else do you think people find annoying about modern life?
Is it war?
Well, we're looking for things that are annoying. I mean, it is annoying.
Can you turn it down? I don't watch the news. No, the advertising people, but the adverts in your brain.
I love adverts.
Really?
Yeah. You know when have you seen the milk one? There he goes. Listen, love. I swear I've changed. I'm not the same anymore. It's this milk standing talking to this woman. Because he's got rid of his lactose or something. She can drink him now.
Are you broken?
Oh, it's a great advert.
I would deliberately boycott any product that they advertise by making something that doesn't talk. Because there's enough stress looking after people I care about without having to feel like I was rude to my breakfast. Hi, I'm full of friendly... You're a yoghurt. You are a yoghurt. Don't talk to me. And then by the time you've said that, you've already lost. Another guy in a cardigan shouting at a yoghurt in your kitchen.
A survey recently said that the most annoying advert in Britain is the Go Compare.
I don't like the compare the market ones. I tell you what, I think they're racist. You know, with the Simples, the Russian accent. It's racist. Basically, what they're saying is Russians are like little furry creatures. If if those meerkats had Chinese voices, they'd say if it's comparethemarket.com. It's outrageous. You can't do that. It's not comparethemarket.com. You can't do that. I mean, I can because I'm making a satirical point. If it was Nigeria, like comparethemarket.com. You can't. That's really outrageous. But it's all right to have a Russian accent.
No, just give it a minute. He can definitely dig himself deeper.
Imagine if it was made in Mexico. Like,
no!
Comparethemarket.com.
I've got an advertising fact for you. Alexandra, the meerkat from the Compare the Market ads, released a best-selling autobiography last year.
Did he?
Yeah.
He's doing well.
How does he hold the pen?
I looked it up on Amazon. It said people who bought this also bought timeshares in Narnia.
Let's have a look and see if advertising is up there. Yes, being bombarded with adverts is another thing that annoys us all. People say adverts aren't effective, but I know exactly who I would go to if I wanted to compare insurance quotes. Quotezone.co.uk. OK, fingers on buzzers. One more thing to get.
I think air fresheners are the most annoying aspect of modern life, and I think they're unnecessary. If you have air fresheners in your house, you're not washing enough. You want to open the window.
Hey, so speaking of scents, you've just released perfume, haven't you?
Yeah.
Releasing a fragrance.
I thought that was a really polite way of saying she's farted.
I'm not.
You just released a perfume,
Smell my
haven't you?
What's your perfume called?
It's called Smile. I made it all myself. Woo! I'm like, we can do it all for you, design the bottle. I was like, no. I went home like a 5-year-old, drew it. It's really sad. But
And is it like a traditional eau de toilette, or is it more like a Febreze?
It's an eau de toilette, yeah. It's not a Febreze.
If it goes well, can I do the male version of Smile?
Oh, you can. Anger.
Yeah.
Misery.
That'll do.
OK, so that isn't one of the most annoying things about modern life. Have another guess.
Manners. Bad manners. Discourteous behaviour. I think it's very important. I mean, I go home, my wife and kids still curtsy when I come in.
I think sometimes you do need bad manners, otherwise your life would just be hell. You need... Well, you know, if you go over to someone's house or you go out with someone you didn't enjoy it, you know, if you're not rude to them at the end of it, it's only going to happen again, isn't it? So it's best to say, to be honest, I didn't enjoy it. Food was chewy, and your partner is a crashing bore. It's been a rubbish evening.
You don't need to say any of that. You can do it with a look, and this is the look. Bye. Say, lovely evening. You just go.
I've had a great evening.
That is it. Yeah. You're pretty good at that look.
Yeah. I've had a great time.
Is anyone ever rude to you, Stacey? I can't imagine they would be.
There was this one person who just... Oh, no, it doesn't happen often. But there was one random girl come up to him and went, I've heard you're not very nice, huh? And I was like, oh, thanks. Shoot me down. Spit on my kids, why don't you?
Someone comes up to you and says, I've heard you're not very nice. That's just your chance to go, no, I'm not. Go fuck yourself.
What I don't like is all the swearing. I don't like all the swearing, particularly in porn films. See, come on, you're both having a lovely time. She's performing an act of great kindness, and all you can do is swear. It's so ungrateful. It is. I'll turn the sound down. I can't listen to it. I can't.
It's the little occasions, though, where people are rude and they show bad manners that is most upsetting when you're driving and you stop at a zebra crossing for someone and they walk across as if it's their God-given right. You know, all you have to do is... That's all it takes. That's all it takes.
Just a little...
And I, as a driver, am satisfied. That's fine. It's a good little exchange. I stopped for you. You said thanks. But then if they walk across without even doing that, you think, well, now I have to do a U-turn and see how fast this car can really go.
Let's have a look and see whether bad manners is one of the most annoying things about modern life. Yes, bad manners are the most annoying thing about modern life. My granddad used to insist on standing up whenever a lady walked into the room, which ultimately is what led to him losing his disability living allowance. So at the end of that round, I can tell you that Sean, Jack and Stacey have 2 points. John, Alex and David have 1. OK, John's team, where's the look off?
I like the woman.
He likes the woman.
Go for the frightened woman.
OK, so you've gone for the frightened woman. Here is a clip, a magnificent clip, might I add, to illustrate your question.
Chris, you chose Muhammad Ali.
Come on, Miss Piggy. Come on. Come on.
Sabrina, you chose Miss Piggy.
Yes, I did. Oh my God, I got the straight wrong answer.
I'm going to reveal the wrong answer in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The wrong answer is Miss Piggy.
Oh my God! Too high. And then look at the floor. Stupid Muppets.
What I want to know is, what was the question? Well, the person that got it right said Muhammad Ali. She said Miss Piggy. How wrong?
That is how all stupid people should be punished.
OK, your related question. Most people would face their greatest fear if they were paid enough money. True or false?
I would, because my greatest fear is having no money.
You cannot argue with that. What's your greatest fear, Stacey?
I'm scared of quite a lot of things, most things, in fact.
Because you were on I'm a Celebrity, weren't you?
Yeah, that was scary.
What was the worst thing you had to do?
I hated that truck thing they put me in, where like every cubbyhole had a different like bug in it, and then you have to like open them up and then untie knots. I mean, and you'd think they'd put the knots a little bit loose for you, you know. You've already opened this cupboard, some spider cockroach thingy has fallen on you. So I was covered in bugs, and I was just like, I can't open the knots. Why? And then it like tipped over, chucked me out the back.
Jimmy's trying to follow the story. He's going. I'd love you to explain the plot to a film like Usual Suspects. That'd be great.
OK, what's your greatest fear, John? What are you...
I'm scared of spiders, I'm scared of heights, I'm scared of things that will... I don't understand why people are supposed to get over their fears. Fear is a legitimate thing to stop you dying of things. We used to do a thing at school where you go up to someone and you go, oh, I've got something for you. Oh, blinking powder. Oh, you blinked. You go, yeah, I thought you were going to throw something in my face. It's natural. I'm not going to get over it so that I can end up... But King Harold wasn't in a field going, yeah, didn't blink though, did I?
You make a point, and it's not... you know, you should be properly scared of things that are dangerous. You know that guy who had a pet cobra?
Oh, yeah, this was recently.
Yeah, he kept a cobra in his house, and... you know, he kept it for a couple of years, and then sooner or later it just went like that, bit him, and he died. It was very sad. But he was quoted as saying that cobras are much misunderstood. I thought, yeah, by you.
My friend worked for a while in the lion enclosure in Melbourne Zoo in Australia, and they've had several people, 3 people have tried to break in to talk to the lions in the middle of the night. Mostly, there's a religious man who's jumped in twice and he reads the Bible to them. But the other guy was a karate, he was a black belt, and when the next morning all they found was his head, and there was a legal case afterwards to try and find out what had happened. And his sensei was called in, and the quote from his sensei was, no. All I said to him was, you are so good, you could fight a lion.
I love the way you say they had an inquest. Was it an inquest?
Inquest.
Inquest into the death. I'm not qualified in any way, but I could tell you what happened there. Lion go yum yum.
Do you think the lion toyed with him at all? Said, whoa, that's hard. What are you doing? You're a tough guy. What is this, karate, is it? Never heard of that. Oh, stop. Ow, that hurts.
OK, most people would face their greatest fear if they were paid enough money, true or false? Sean?
What do you think?
Definitely.
Yes,
They
OK,
would,
yes,
I think people
definitely.
would.
We'll say definitely.
You're saying true, you're saying?
We think yes as well.
Yeah, go on.
OK, I can tell you the answer is true. 83% of people would face their greatest fear if they were paid enough money. People appear on shows like I'm a Celebrity to conquer their worst fears, like not being famous anymore.
Never famous anyway.
Nation sweetheart. So the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your question. Best thing about the countryside?
Having a nature wee.
You live pretty much on a farm, don't you? Is it a farm?
I do live on a farm, yeah.
Yeah, and it's a working farm.
Works very well, thanks.
Your team does this evening, John, if you don't mind me saying, look like a farmer's convention. In a good way. In a good way. It just looks as if you're all here going, well, we'd like to learn a lot more about combine harvesters this week.
I think the joys of the countryside are subtle, aren't they?
Cow pat.
Subtle.
I think it's the best. Just that they called it cow pat. I think it's brilliant.
Quite easily pleased, Stacey.
Did you ever go cow tipping? Everyone pushes over a cow and they're like... Get back up again.
Have you ever done that? It's a lot of fun.
Fly tipping is very intricate. The best thing about the country is hanging around the woods and waiting for Alex James to run past. In all his gear. It's very funny.
I'd like to do it naked. I would like to run naked through the countryside.
Well, you own quite a big bit of land. You could just do that on your own land. They can't stop you, I don't think.
No, just everywhere.
There's something... A man running
Just
naked
with-
is never good. There's some flippity-floppity going on there. What do you like most about the countryside, David?
I like the lawlessness of it.
But given the frequency of murders in Midsummer and how late John Nettle solves them, imagine if you lived anywhere other than that, you could get away with a murder. Because he only just gets it anyway. And if I lived in another village you didn't live in, I could definitely harpoon the cricket scorer.
Jack, you ever been to the country?
Yeah.
Like it? Hate it?
I like shooting owls. They got no right flying around at night. All the birds mainly go to bed at night time. They don't do that. So I don't have any truck with that.
That sounds like the sort of thing a psychopath would write in blood on a wall, going, I killed the owls because the birds go sleep night time. Really, you don't really shoot all the owls anyway.
No,
you were just having a bit of fun.
It was just for comic effect.
Come on, everyone, relax a bit. I'll tell you what I like about the countryside is the vibrant wife-swapping communities. I mean, you can get unlucky. You go, oh, it's Auntie Sue again.
Still, she makes a terrific breakfast. Best thing about the countryside, I'll give you a clue.
Is it seeing Land Rovers in their natural habitat? Roaming free across. A lot of kids have never seen them in the wild.
They serve beer.
The pubs.
That's the right answer.
The pubs.
Yes, the best thing about the countryside is country pubs. I stayed in the countryside and every night I found myself in the ploughman's arms. He was so hunky, I just couldn't help myself. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are John, Alex and David have 3 points. Sean, Jack and Stacey have 3 points. It's a dead heat. Everyone's a winner. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. If you want more, tune into 8 out of 10 Cats Uncut on Saturday. That's all from us. Good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats, Johnny Vegas, Sarah Milliken, Example, Rachel Riley, Dr. Kristen Jessen, Tim Minchin, Jennifer Metcalf, Josh Whitacombe, Mark Watson, Nick Grimshaw, and their team captain, John Richardson. And facing them tonight, Louise Spence, Louise Redknapp, Russell Kane, Joey Essex, Lorraine Kelly, Vernon Kay, Joe Wilkinson, Joe Lysick, Ollie Locke, and their team captain, John Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 31% of men say they have a bucket list of things to do before they die. Number 1, find out where that smoke's coming from. 12% of British people have a friend with benefits. I've got a friend with benefits. She's on benefits. 4 out of 10 workplace relationships result in marriage, and 6 in 10 result in a written warning about the incident in the stationery cupboard. And almost a third of men aged between 20 and 34 live at home with their parents, the most common reasons being cost, convenience, and if you're from Norfolk, sex on tap. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panellist job to guess the British public's top 5 most popular talking points. Sean, Louise, Russell, what are the nation we talking about this week?
St Paul's.
Yeah.
St Paul's protest.
Yeah.
Have you been down there, Russell?
No.
Haven't you?
I'm not posh enough. It's just a load of
It's
like middle-class
weird.
people going, let's have a euro 5 degrees and pelts and paws. Here's a quail's egg. Here's a tomato that's sunblushed, you mofos. Take that at the banks. Let's go back on our gap year. Brown person, photo, back to the UK, hooray!
It does feel a little bit like that some middle-class people saw Dale Farm and thought, that looks fun.
That looks so random.
I went down there to have a look. I went down there to sort of do a review for Campsite magazine. I gave it 3 stars because I said the drainage is amazing. Because obviously Christopher Wren knew a thing or two about. He built it on a hill. Very good drainage there as a campsite, and very good entertainment facilities. You got your pubs, your sightseeing, and of course there's a chapel on site. Not much for the kiddies. Not very much needed for kiddies. And the toilet block is frankly a disgrace.
That's like the camp in New York's got like a library and media. It sounds better than my school. They've got a juice bar. We had dog shit on the running track.
But it's a bit weird, the one in New York, because you don't actually get to see that much footage of it. You know what I mean? It's a big protest, but it's not been covered that much in the news. Do you know what I mean?
No, they have deliberately played it down.
Yeah.
Well, for something that's happening right the way around the world, but then it is, you know, it's anti-corporate, and a lot of TV stations are owned by corporations.
Yeah. Oh, my God, Jimmy. Why isn't that on the news? That's like serious shit, man.
Have another go on this.
Corporations are controlling what we... Oh, my God.
The thing is, it kicks off in Tiananmen Square. Yeah, news crew, straight there. New York, Wall Street, don't hear a thing.
Yeah, those Chinese have got it right. They're open and free, aren't they? Why isn't it more like China?
Do you know what I mean?
China, they don't have this problem with capitalism, do they?
But they're supposed to be anti-capitalism and big corporations, and they've been seen buying Coke. Not proper Coke, Coca-Cola.
Not proper showbiz Coke. Not the kind of Coke we do on Countdown. Can I have a line, please? John, what do you think the nation should be talking about this week?
The Eurozone bailout?
The Eurozone bailout has been in the news a lot.
Yeah, I've been trying to sort of simplify it in my head, and the way I've worked it out is the cold countries are bailing out the hot countries. That's basically it.
That's exactly it. Why has no one made that point before?
The police's fault. It's their fault they're in the situation. They borrowed too much money. And what do they produce? They produce flip-flops and ouzo. Who drinks something that sounds like a plasterer's nickname? Oi, Uzo! And also, they smash all the plates at the end of the meal. No wonder they're bankrupt. What they need, what the bloody Greeks, they need some fairy liquid and do some washing up. Yes. Well, the thing that seems to be dominating the news is the bloody Greeks. Yeah. Bloody Greeks, isn't it? It's the Greeks.
All right, Michael Caine.
Well, we're in trouble because I worked it out this week. You know when you work all year to get money and then you go on holiday for 2 weeks? But that's where they live.
Yeah. They're basically always on holiday.
They live on holiday.
Yeah.
So, like, they have...
That is a very, very good point.
They get through the year. They get through the year and they go, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go for 2 weeks in Swindon. I'll go work in the Motorola factory for I'm going to do all the big things. I'm going to check in, I'm going to check out, I'm going to eat in the canteen. I tell you what, you come back more tired than when you went away. I'm not going to joke.
I can't decide whether it's racist or not, but I like it.
I think it's that footballer, Tevez. Am I saying his name right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the footballer Tevez?
I really don't know anything about football, but I think
You don't need to say that twice.
He's really expensive, and he refused to go on some big match. And there was some sort of row, and you saw him being like, well, I'm not going on.
If you look at Tevez, though, he's a very unfortunate-looking chap, isn't he? He does. He looks like Shrek's ugly mate, doesn't he?
I refute that. Let's have a look. He's a great-looking guy. In fairness to him, that was a very sunny day. His flash is still strong. I like it.
He's attention seeking, isn't he? Let's face it, if you're gonna go to a football match and sit on the subs bench, you're probably gonna go on, let's face it, you've got to do that. And then he just says no. He's obviously an attention seeker.
You think he's an attention seeker?
Yeah.
He's obviously an attention seeker. It's the most attention-seeking sort of thing I've ever bloody seen. Jennifer, do you know any footballers?
No, I don't really watch it.
You don't really watch it?
I knew one once.
I read
You knew one once. Who did you know once?
Oh, don't talk about him.
Hollyoaks was like... I always thought Hollyoaks was like a shopping channel for footballers.
What's the other most important moment in life?
People do babies, don't they?
You made it sound like litter.
I think the only reason I want to have kids is so I can look at other people's without being accused of being a paedophile. Like when you walk past a... I don't mean in that word.
No, dig yourself out of this. I'd love to see this. He's got a shovel. He's on your marks, John, and dig your way out of that one.
Sometimes you're walking past a playground.
Sure. He's going deeper before he even starts the dig.
Sometimes you're walking past a playground and you just want to be able to watch the abandon of children. It's like watching nature. It's like when you watch the leaves change in autumn. Sometimes you want to watch a kid on a swing and think, oh, I used to be on swings before I had jobs and before people judged me and before I wasn't allowed to be in a park. And then before you know it, you've been there half an hour and someone says, oh, which one's yours? You go, I'll go then. Fine. I'm not... It's a nice... And sometimes a baby will look at you.
What you should say is, I haven't chosen yet.
X Factor?
You've been talking about X Factor. What's been going on X Factor? Tell me everything.
There's been the bullying with Misha and whoever else she was doing it with.
It's Misha B, isn't it?
Yeah, Misha B, you get me. I love Misha B, though.
You love Misha B?
Yeah, I don't think it was bullying. I think it was just showbiz banter. She was meant to be bullying Sammy.
Sammy,
but Sammy said she wasn't. Sammy said, look, I'm 6'2", 20 stone...
Who said this?
Sammy.
Could you say that again, please?
Yeah, Sammy.
Sorry, who was it?
Look, if you want me to spit at you, I said Sammy. I said Sammy, Sammy, Sammy.
Ironic that we're talking about bullying as I do this. Say Sammy. I like it.
So, all that...
I should just say, because I was teasing you a little bit there, if you're being bullied because you've got a speech impediment, there are people you can talk to. But it will take fucking ages and they may be
Oh, they're all rubbish. They're so... The Misha girls, all right. Sammy now. I'm still going to sing for the... I bet you are. Do-do-do-do-do.
Simon Cowell being on it. He was horrible, and I liked that. Because he knew that crushing people's dreams made good telly. Yeah. And I think he should have his own show called Crushing People's Dreams. People bad news, like... Unfortunately, your shed broken into... stuff like that.
That's not actually a dream, is it?
That gives you a terrifying glimpse into Joe's life there. He's gone, my dream of my shed not being broken into.
Yeah, no. Joe's dream is to have an unbroken into shed.
Four times.
Yeah. Really?
Breaks your heart. I have to keep me spade in the hallway.
I imagine that for a man with your facial appearance, having a spade in the hallway doesn't frighten guests at all.
I thought it was completely laughable. They had Alexandra Burke as a guest judge on there. That's like having Stevie Wonder judging Miss World, isn't it? It's like...
But that's what happens with show business, isn't it? I mean, before someone goes out, you say to them, you know, do I look nice if you're in... You can I'll get the... God, just got on your paper now. I've got a stutter as well.
Now Sean's got to get tested. Your turn to go first. What do you think the nation have been talking about this week?
The Italian Prime Minister, Silvio Berlusconi.
Michael Jackson.
What, sorry?
Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Well, let's stick on one thing, shall we, for a minute? Sean had a guess there, and he was probably right, wasn't he? So let's...
We can talk about Michael Jackson if you want. I'm happy to do it if you want Michael Jackson to be our answer.
Well, what do you think the nation have been talking about Joey Essex?
Michael Jackson.
What have you been saying about Michael Jackson this week?
I don't know. I don't know whether it's true about him. Like, you know about the whole thing where did the doctor mean to kill him?
Yeah. What do you think?
I don't know.
Well, he's been...
Well, it's been fascinating talking to you, Joe.
Is it the trial of Michael Jackson's doctor?
The family suspect foul play, and it just, you know...
Well, there was a delay, wasn't there, in resuscitation, giving him the kiss of life, because it took them ages to find an 8-year-old paramedic.
I love it. I suppose that's it, because you have to hold the nose while you breathe into the mouth, don't you? So that, obviously you don't want... Right, OK, well... Easy.
Well, I was thinking, before he died, his whole life must have flashed before his eyes. And his last thoughts must be, who's that little black kid singing my song? Isn't the question of guilt about whether he wasn't really paying attention to Michael Jackson? And he'd given him the propofol, and then he went downstairs to another room, and he had a baby listener. That's what I found out. That's the really spooky thing about it. And he must have been sitting there, like, watching Downton Abbey or whatever, and he could just hear Michael Jackson going,
Can I have some milk? Can I have some more milk?
and he'd be going, Michael, go to bed! If I have to come up there, you won't be going on that holiday to the O2.
Some more milk.
I've got a rumour that he's actually still alive.
Yeah,
Joey. He's still...
That's what I've heard.
Is he still alive?
He's on some random, like, desert island somewhere, just...
Well,
yeah.
He's on a random
That's
desert...
not a rumour. That's a load of bollocks.
Fingers on buzzers, one more thing to get.
Justin Bieber's meant to have fathered the child.
Yeah, but it's extraordinary because Justin Bieber's only
4.
He's only 17.
Yeah. He's the first. It's why it's in the papers. He's the first 4-year-old even to be alleged to have a baby. Yeah.
No, he's 17 years of age, but apparently he's had a. Why have we stopped it?
Is that one of his songs?
Is that one of his songs?
Genuinely didn't know anything he'd done. I didn't know you could get... Because they keep describing it as a romp.
Yeah.
Which makes me a bit jealous, because I don't think I've ever romped. I think I frolicked once, but I'm not sure. But as apparently it was a 30-second romp, and you certainly can't have... That's like having a 12-course snack.
Yeah. 15 seconds of that was probably untucking his vest from his Spider-Man pants.
I mean, this is the... I mean, Justin Bieber strenuously denies the allegations, but...
How do you strenuously go, no!
I didn't.
He probably doesn't even know he did it. With that hair, you know his hair, it's like a sheepdog, isn't it? He probably thought he went for a really comfy piss.
Next round is Pick of the Polls. Sean, Louise, Russell, pick a question.
The man with his thumbs up.
This is your related question. Most people think children today are given too much praise. True or false?
My dad, he was quite interesting. He would give you some encouragement if, you know, on certain things. Like, he used to play that game. You know that game, Spine in a Sack? We used to play that. Do you ever play that?
Spine.
Spine. You ever play that when you were a kid? Spine in a Sack.
Spine in a sack.
Spine in a Sack.
It sounds more like
What he'd do is he'd go out and get some roadkill. Well, he'd get a roadkill, and he'd whip the spine out, get the old spine out, then he'd break up all the vertebrae, put it in a sack, then he'd bounce it on our heads, right? And we'd have to guess what animal it was.
Oh! Spine in a sack.
Spine in a sack.
Spine in a
Yeah.
sack.
I mean, you probably called it something different, back in a bag or something. Whatever, it's the same game. I go, oh, is it chipmunk, Dad? And you go, don't be stupid, that's not even indigenous. How am I going to find that on a road? Harder, Sean, work harder!
Are you guys winding me up? Is there really a
Sean, you never really talk about your softer side and being in love, and I think I speak on behalf of everyone. I'd like to see a bit of the real you.
Yes.
When did you fall in love, Sean?
Well, I always find that the confusing thing about falling in love is the symptoms of falling in love are sort of lightheadedness, giddiness, are very similar to the symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning. I'm not sure whether I'm in love or the flu's blocked.
John, have you ever been in love?
The first two people I fell in love with...
Two?
Hedge your bets. Different occasions, both ended with their partners telling me to stop phoning their home. The first one was a clown, who I fell in love with when I was about 8. He opened a shopping centre near me, and I was transfixed. This guy could juggle, he could do magic, he had poems.
How old was the clown and how old were you?
Clown must have been in his late 20s, early 30s. I'm maybe 9 or 10. I asked for a picture. He's given me his card. It's only got his phone number on it. He obviously wants me to call. I left a few messages. Then one day when I phoned up, his wife picked up, that bitch.
This sounds like an implausible story that the clown told the police. Like, no, he was calling me. Most men are too embarrassed to undergo beauty treatments. True or false?
Well, you've undergone a few, or is that a natural tan?
This is natural.
Oh.
That's a natural tan, is it?
I've had sunbeds, but I've quit sunbeds now. I don't have no sunbeds no more, so...
You've quit sunbeds?
Quit.
My God, you've made some sacrifices, haven't you? When did you quit sunbeds?
Like last week.
Jennifer, you're a lady. Now, do you think men are too pampered these days? Do we do too much?
Yeah, I do. I like men, like, hairy, smelly. They can fight.
Johnny Vegas.
Can feel...
So, what's your daily regime, beauty-wise? What do you do, beauty-wise?
Obviously, you know, I wake up, look at myself, and I think, dream. But then I get... Then what? Then I...
Now I get in a shower, do my hair afterwards. Bang, bang. What are you saying?
Bang, bang, and who's over there?
That's meant to be the mirror.
Oh, I thought that was your carer. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your first one. Top way to boost your self-confidence. Go on.
I had a joint birthday party with someone with less friends than me. I've never felt so high in my life.
John, how did you feel about that? Best way to patronise someone?
Is it to ask them if they know what patronise means?
What do you think? Because people often think doctors are a little bit patronising.
Yeah.
Very good, very good. He nailed that! Top reason people are jealous of their friends?
I've got a mate who works at a Marmite factory.
Yeah.
He's always the talk of the town, so...
Yeah.
Some people love him, some people...
No, we all love him.
Most useful thing your parents teach you?
Cooking, cleaning, sewing. That's what I learned from my dad. My mum taught me how to make jokes based on stereotypical perceptions of gender.
That is good, though, isn't it? Go on, most annoying habit.
It's the thing you do. I can't stand it. That thing you do like a little skip, you go, and then you go...
If you walk from there to there, you've got to then turn round.
Look, you just do that.
Well, how would you do it? How would you do it? Fine, let's see.
Walk on.
Not easy, Sean. Yeah, OK, all right, Sean Lock, everyone, Sean Lock.
You don't do this.
What is your problem? Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.